Tuesday. And with that, I'd like to offer the floor to the President of the Executive Committee to begin today's session. Good morning from me also to you all. Today we begin our second work session, having held the first one yesterday and excellent outcomes from our discussions. I'd like to inform you that we're going to begin with item 5.2, the financial report of the Director and report of the External Auditor for 2022. I'd like to draw the committee's attention to official document 367, and I invite Mr. Christos Casapantonio, Director of the Financial Resource Management Department of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please join us at the head table. I would also like to offer the floor to the Chair of the Program Budget Administration Subcommittee to report on this agenda item. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to read the summary of the financial report of the Director and report of the External Auditor for 2022. This information, I'd like to remind you, is available in greater length in the expanded published report. The subcommittee examined an overview of the financial report of the Director for 2022. The full report was not available at the time of the subcommittee's 17th session in March, as the figures were still being audited by the organization's external auditor, the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The subcommittee was informed that the unaudited preliminary figures showed that total consolidated revenue in 2022 had declined by 12% with respect to 2021. But the amount was still significantly higher than in 2019, the pre-pandemic baseline year. The subcommittee was also informed that the collection of assessed contributions had improved somewhat with respect to 2021, but the outstanding balance of $65 million was higher than in 2018 and earlier years. As a result of the delays in the payment of assessed contributions, the Bureau was obliged to use the entire balance in the Working Capital Fund and to borrow from other unrestricted funds. In the subcommittee's discussion of the report, the Bureau was asked to indicate what difficulties the delays in receipt of assessed contributions had caused. In response to that question, it was explained that the high level of unpaid assessed contributions had put significant pressure on the Bureau in terms of financing operations and implementing the organization's program. It also made it difficult to fill some vacant staff posts. The importance of timely payment of assessed contributions was emphasized. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item. We now offer the floor to Mr. Casapantonio to introduce this item.
Mr. President, Mr. Director, members of the Executive Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present a summary of the financial report of the Director for the year 2022. So, 2022 is the first year of the biennium 2022-2023. As you are aware, PAHO presents the financial report and prepares them according to international public sector accounting standards as they have been approved by the governing bodies. 2022 was the third year of the COVID-19 response. Therefore, we see that it's a year of transition to a more normal operations, financial operations. Of course, we discussed yesterday about the assessed contributions. You see here again that the delay in the payment of assessed contributions persists. And of course, we saw what was the situation as of June yesterday of this year. Now, the external audit for year 2022 is complete and unqualified audit opinion is provided. What does this mean? This means that the auditors, of course, looked at the financial statements as presented according to the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, and they opined that the financial statements were presented fairly. Now, as per previous years, I'm going to cover primarily the different revenue streams of PAHO. I'm going to talk about the use of utilization of the working capital, and I'm going to discuss about the total expenses, and I will conclude with some remarks. Total revenue, as you can see, the total revenue for 2022, it's 1.6 billion. You can see the total revenue on the line on the top. The line on the top signifies the total per year, and the bars signify the different components. We see, for example, that in blue is the program budget at 410 million, and you can see in green it's a procurement mechanism which will buy vaccines and other devices. You see, of course, the unwinding of this response to COVID. The gray, 66 million, it's national voluntary contributions. These are contributions that member states provide to be for implementation within the country. And of course, the last part, other sources, is the tax equalization component primarily. The program budget revenue, as you can see, it increased significantly in 2022 over 2021. And primarily, as you can see, the significant components are the green one, which is, as you can see, almost double, and the green one is the PAHO voluntary contributions, and the gray one, which is the, again, the WHO voluntary contributions. Now, the revenue from voluntary contributions, you can see here in detail, in more detail, clearly doubled, and from 2021 to 2022, and you can see the component which drives this increase is the dark part, which is the emergencies. And on the chart to the right, you see how this increase was driven primarily from key contributors who provided funds for the COVID response. So we thank the support for the COVID response from these donors. Just talking a little bit more about the assessed contributions, the chart to the left is something that we discussed yesterday. And what we saw yesterday was you saw another bar showing where we are regarding the collections of 2023. On the chart, on the bar, on the line to the right, you see how we're going regarding the unpaid balances. You see that in 2019, we had significant increase on the unpaid balances. Of course, we had a reduction in 2022, but you see we are significantly higher than the baseline, which are the years from 13 to 18, let's say. So you would consider that the baseline of unpaid contributions is around 40 million, and we ended up with 65 unpaid in December 2022. And as we discussed yesterday, we are behind in comparison to 2022. I think it's important to stress again that we would like to raise your attention to this point in order to have as much as possible these contributions provided to PAHO. So, and because we had this gap in the payment of the assessed contributions, here you see how much, what was the gap. The assessed contributions due by the member states were 65, and the net cash position we utilized, we needed 53, so we used 50 of the working capital fund and 3.4 million from other internal sources. Now, going to the revenue for procurement on behalf of member states, it's, you can see that it decreased significantly from 1.3 billion to 1.1. Of course, again, as we said, this is the unwinding of the response to COVID. We see significant reduction on the gray component, which is the revolving fund for strategic public health supplies, which is primarily personal protection equipment and other things that we needed for the COVID response. And of course, we see a reduction in the revolving fund for access to vaccines. Of course, here you see the other side of the coin, which is the expenditure, which is really clearly linked with what is the revenue expenditure. Primarily, a significant component is the supplies which we procure, of course, from the revolving funds. And then you see the other components, such as staff, depreciation, or other contractual expenditure. So something, of course, which is important to highlight is that for the year, we ended up with a surplus of $26.9 million. So, as a summary again, the external audit for 2022 is complete, and we got an unqualified opinion from all auditors. The program and budget revenue increased to 411 million. And of course, as we saw, this is primarily due to emergencies. Outstanding assessed contributions in arrears, they were 65. As we saw yesterday, they were at 115 as of now. So we like to bring this attention to you. And the procurement on behalf of member states, as you saw, decreased by 19%. And overall, the consolidated revenue of what was presented was 1.6 billion in 2022, a reduction of 12% from 2021. Thank you very much. I'm open to any questions.
Bien.
Thank you, Mr. Casapantonio. We now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. Are there any requests for the floor? I see over here, United States. You have the floor.
Thank you. The United States thanks the Bureau and the external auditor for their work, and we're glad to see another unqualified audit opinion. We are encouraged to see improvements in the overall financial situation, for example, with an increase in total assets, while noting that there are continued delays this year in payment of assessed contributions. We note that the overall financial improvement in increase in total assets was due in large part to the decreased valuation of after-service health insurance costs, meaning that the liabilities could easily increase should the actuarial assumptions change in the future. So we will continue to monitor this situation to see if it continues to be improved. The United States strongly supports audit recommendations 4 and 5 on implementing term limits for the Auditor General position and establishing an independent ombudsperson position. How quickly could these recommendations be implemented, since these are such important areas? We also support recommendations 9, 10, and 11 on assessing property needs establishing a property strategy that incorporates plans for maintenance and development, and developing appropriate reporting mechanisms to track progress on this work. So we look forward to future updates on all of these related items. Finally, we appreciate the progress on past recommendations, with 12 recommendations being fully closed. However, we note with concern that the external auditor found 8 recommendations where, in their view, insufficient action had been taken, but where no further action was being planned. So could the Bureau please explain why these areas had not been fully addressed in the view of the auditor, including items such as the wider review of non-staff contracts and a time-bound cost reduction strategy? But again, we thank the Bureau and the auditor for the great work on this. Thank you.
Gracias al delegado de Estados
I thank the delegate of the United States and offer the floor to Canada.
President, Canada also wishes to thank the Director and External Auditor for their respective reports, and we're also pleased to note PAHO's attainment of an unqualified audit opinion in 2022. While COVID-19 continued to be a major focus, we recognize PAHO's significant efforts to ensure sustained regional health gains more broadly, including providing technical support to develop multi-sectoral suicide prevention plans. Recognizing PAHO's technical achievements this past year, we must also take into consideration its financial health. While encouraged by an increase in the rate of collection of assessed contributions for 2022, we note the Working Capital Fund was fully utilized again with additional funds borrowed. We remain concerned by the continued exhaustion of this fund and the need to resort to additional internal borrowing. Acknowledging economic difficulties being faced globally, we encourage all member states to continue making efforts to fully pay their assessed contributions on time. While Canada is pleased the external auditor found no significant weaknesses in the internal control, we are concerned by their view that the statement on internal control does not provide a fully transparent account of the quality and extent of assurances expected to underpin this statement. Recognizing the period of transition during which the statement had to be prepared, we wonder whether it can be strengthened in advance of the Directing Council. It is critical that this statement clearly show how the responsibility for the control environment has been executed. We also take note of the external auditor's recommendations for improvement in each of the organization's 3 lines of defense to strengthen PAHO's internal control environment, and strongly urge PAHO to consider their implementation, including that PAHO establish an overall accountability framework to bring these 3 lines of defense together. Finally, we welcome the external auditor's observations regarding change management, and we agree with the recommendation that PAHO take a holistic approach to change initiatives and establish clear objectives with measurable outcomes. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the delegate of Canada. There being no further requests for the floor, I would like to offer the floor once again to Mr. Casapantonio to respond to the comments.
Thank you very much for the questions from the delegation of the United States and Canada. Regarding the audit recommendations, I would like to state that as soon as we receive the report from NAO, together with the director and the PAHO management, we sat down together to address all the recommendations and have an action plan which we are going to share with the auditors, for which we are already, for a number of them, are in progress. We looked also together with the director at the cases where there was a deviation in the opinion between what the management considered completed and what the external auditors considered not. So, and we decided how we're going to act on this. And we can share this information with you. Now, regarding the comments that have to do with all the recommendations, we looked, of course, at the 3 lines of defense, and we are working always to strengthen this, and, of course, to work on the accountability framework as well. Regarding the statement of internal controls, Again, this is an area that we're discussing in order to enhance it further. Thank you very much.
Bien.
Thank you, Mr. Casapantonio. I would now like to invite Mr. Damien Brewitt, Financial Audit Director of the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to come up to the head table and present the report of the External Auditor for 2022.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Controller and Auditor General of the United Kingdom, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to present the findings from our audit to you in person. Our engagement with you is important, and your observations inform our work. Presenting to you is an important part of the governance process to ensure that we're available to you as we highlight the main issues arising from our work, providing you with the independent and objective insight. My presentation today will cover the three main areas of our work. Firstly, the audit of the financial statements and financial management, and then I will cover the two substantive topics which are contained in our report. These are the topics of governance and internal control, and our observations to seize the opportunity to modernise PAHO in light of the change of senior leadership. I will also highlight the follow-up to our previous review of the management of human resources. Turning first to the results of our audit of the financial statements, as you've heard earlier, I'm very pleased to confirm that the external auditor's opinion was unqualified and that the audit revealed no errors or weaknesses which we considered material to the accuracy, completeness and validity of the financial statements as a whole. It confirms that expenditure has been incurred in accordance with the authorities and regulations set by you as member states. Turning now to financial management. Overall, levels of financial activity reduced from those achieved in 2021. This reflected a reduction in revenues and expenses when compared to the prior year, which included the impacts relating to the pandemic and the increased uptake of procurement funds. The continued prioritisation of special programmes, including the outbreak and crisis response programmes, inevitably impacted on the delivery of the base programme budget, contributing to a continued reduction in the rate of its implementation to 75%. PAHO's financial position has significantly improved in 2022. This improvement resulted from the substantial reduction in the long-term employee benefit liabilities, which have arisen from the external factors due to the increase in long-term discount rates which are applied to the liability. Despite this reduction, the obligations associated with the commitment to staff remain very significant, and PAHO needs to continue to actively manage the risks of the scheme. Despite the improved financial position, there remains pressure on the liquidity of core funded activities, and the working capital as we heard earlier, was again exhausted during 2022, with additional internal borrowing required to manage the cash pressures. While arrears of assessed contributions have decreased by $9.8 million to total $65 million, until arrears of receivables are comprehensively reduced, the working capital fund will continue to be fully utilised each year. PAHO will need to manage increasing risks of financial market instability. The current investment controls, in our view, require attention to ensure that more active due diligence, given the significant resources PAHO places in financial management, that these need some attention. This includes more regular meetings and systematic reporting in line with the investment policy, with input from independent market advisors to review strategy and performance. PAHO reported an increase in the value of inventory holdings of $17.6 million during the period. This was due to holdings of medical-related supplies funded from the Emergency Preparedness and Disaster Relief Funds. We identified inconsistencies with the inventory reported in Venezuela and highlighted weaknesses in the controls over and the monitoring of inventories, which requires management attention. The Office of Internal Audit identified similar weaknesses during the year, and we concur with their recommendations on the need to develop a policy framework and an appropriate control environment. Turning now to our observations on PAHO's overall governance and internal control. These are essential processes which are important in providing member states with the confidence and assurance over the use of resources. We continue to highlight the key elements in our reports to you. PAHO uses the concept of the 3 lines of defence model in its articulation of the internal control framework. Our work this year has primarily focused on the 2nd and 3rd lines, dealing with compliance and risk and assurance respectively. Over our mandate, we have noted continued developments in the approach to risk management, but we remain of the view that the outputs are not actively used to support decision making. We consider that it would be timely to assess the cost benefits of the current risk management process and to clearly ascertain the aims and outcomes desired from the operation of these. We understand that an external review will be commissioned during 2023 and we welcome that. It is important that this has a focus to ensure that risk management is useful in supporting decision making, both by cost centres and by senior management. Last year, we reported that compliance activity had lost some momentum. While PAHO has recently recruited and appointed a compliance officer, there were no substantive compliance activities during 2022. The absence of a compliance function, which proactively assesses compliance in key risk areas, represents a weakness in the control environment. It also reduces the assurance to support the Director's statement on internal control. We noted the outcomes from the work of the Office of Internal Audit and the positive outcomes from the external peer review process. We have, however, highlighted that the internal audit opinion could be extended to annually cover internal control, risk management and governance. We've also stressed the importance of a focus on high-risk areas, including ICT security and cyber threats, which have not been subject to audit attention for several years. We have recommended that the resilience and independence of the investigation function could be strengthened by the creation of an oversight function, incorporating internal audit and investigations at an appropriate point. This will be further strengthened by the future introduction of term limits for the senior posts within this function to gain benefits from rotation. We reported last year that PAHO lacked a clear and comprehensive accountability framework, and we understand this is under consideration by the Director. In support of this review, we've highlighted the unusual approach of PAHO in separating budget from the financial management reporting functions. In our view, this reduces the oversight of the allocation, use and reporting of resources, and we have recommended that PAHO considers these arrangements and their relative merits. Turning now to modernising PAHO. A change of senior leadership brings with it new thinking for the direction and the future of the organisation. Dr. Barbosa has stressed the importance of accountability, transparency and data-driven decision-making. We are aware that research is being undertaken in various key areas of operations to inform future change plans. Our report this year draws attention to PAHO's previous approach to change and how lessons and wider good practice can enhance successful transformation and change within PAHO and support the delivery of greater efficiency and effectiveness. In response to the financial pressures arising in 2020, the Organisational Development Initiatives, the ODIs, were launched. However, it was difficult to see how these initiatives were managed as a holistic programme or that there was coordination and oversight of the deliverables. There was an absence of clear aims and targets for individual initiatives, and these were approached in isolation. There are some important lessons from the ODI programme, which in our view should inform the approach to planned changes in 2023 and beyond. Successful change programmes need to be carefully planned and executed, supported by sufficient resourcing and staff capabilities. Successful change programs require specific skills and capacity. There should be a clear accountability structure with visibility and reporting to Member States on progress and outcomes. PAHO has not fully exploited the options available for efficiencies in its operations, such as adopting a shared service model, outsourcing transactional services, or delivering them from lower cost locations. While some modest steps have been taken in some very specific areas, there has been no costed analysis of savings that could be made by exploring these other delivery modalities. We have noted external consultants were engaged to inform management on options. The Secretariat has not fully explored the cost benefits of these options or the appetite for change with Member States. It is important that property assets are utilised to best effect in delivering the objectives of the organisation. For any organisation to demonstrate its effective use of property resources, it's important to have a clearly articulated estate strategy linked to overall objectives. A strategy should also be supported by a regularly updated operational plan to deliver that strategy. There is currently no clear estate strategy to articulate PAHO's needs or how it uses estate's resources to best support delivery of its objectives. The Secretariat's flexible working, together with changing working practices and the opportunity for delivering transactional services differently, should give rise to a review of the estate needs of the organisation. This review could potentially provide opportunities to realise elements of the estate at headquarters, which may release capital to support future investment. PAHO's workforce remains its most significant resource. We've revisited the recommendations we made in our 2019 report and reflected on progress. We understand that a new people strategy will be developed, pending the Director's initiatives. In the interim, we note that there have been improvements in the analysis of management competencies. A gap analysis has identified the key management skills required to effectively deliver PAHO's current operations, though we see limited evidence that the approach anticipates or identifies specific competency gaps required within the PAHO departments and cost centres. Developing skills for an agile and high-performing workforce will be essential to efficiency and effectiveness of PAHO. We continue to observe that the performance management system is not moderated to ensure that the consistencies of markings across the organisation. In our experience, outstanding assessments would be awarded to a small cohort of staff delivering exceptional performance. In 2021, some 58% of staff received outstanding ratings, and just 2 staff were below expectation. With such a significant proportion of staff receiving the highest performance rating, it's difficult to see how this would achieve PAHO's objective of attracting top talent and retaining its best staff. We've continued to note that some 65% of PAHO personnel, being those deemed non-staff, were not required to undertake a performance assessment, despite the similarity of their roles, the roles that they perform alongside staff members. PAHO should consider whether the current performance management system delivers both the outcomes and the data needed to fully develop essential skills to align personnel with operational needs. Finally, and to conclude, of the 33 recommendations raised for 2021 and those from earlier years that remained in progress, PAHO has implemented or partially implemented 12 recommendations. We have closed a further 9 recommendations. 12 remain open or are in progress. We continue to support the Audit Committee in its tracking of these recommendations and will work closely with management in our final year to closely look at both this year's recommendations and those that remain outstanding and the planned responses by the Secretariat. Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to express my thanks again to the Director and all the staff of the Secretariat for their support and cooperation in facilitating our audit. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I'd be very happy to take any questions or any queries on the report. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brewitt. I'm pleased to offer the floor to the plenary at this time. Any takers? No one? Is there any additional comment, Mr. Brewitt, that you would like to offer? Any additional comment, by any chance?
I think maybe just to say that we've raised a lot of issues in our report about transformation and change in the organisation. I think what we want to do during our final year as your external auditors is to support the Secretariat, support the Director by being honest and challenging in the feedback on what we see the organisation is proposing. And we hope that we can report positive progress and leave you with our clear thoughts about the direction of the organisation when we take our final leave of you next year. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brewitt. Right then, Director, do you have an additional comment?
President, thank you. I just want very briefly, first I want to recognize and to thank the external auditor. I think that not only Damien Brill, but the whole team that has served the PAHO for almost 8 years now. 5 years, sorry.
It may feel like 8.
because I think that this has been a very important job. I think that the external auditor is part of the auditing complex that you have in PAHO. We have the internal audit, the audit committee, and the external audit. And I think that the first meeting that I had with the external auditor, I told them about the plans, but mainly how seriously I will take, as my predecessor has taken, all the recommendations to review them very carefully. We received this report a couple of weeks ago, but you have already started the reviewing very carefully, one by one, in order to identify what are the opportunities that you have to implement them, what are the best way to implement them, and to establish a clear responsibility. People that are in charge to work, sometimes more than one department, in order to to implement this recommendation. This is the final year, so of course that it's very important to recognize all this. I think that's very good work that you have provided to the organization, supporting the progress in implementing measures, initiatives that can provide a better administration of the organization, more transparency, more accountability, and how we can be more efficient. So I think that is really, it's not it's a really very important job that the external auditor has made, and this is the final year because we are ending the mandate. So this session of the executive committee will also make the selection about the new external auditor, but I think that's important to recognize and to thank you for your very important contribution to the Pan American Health Organization. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Director. So we inform the committee rather, that this will be reflected in the final report of the committee. Thank you very much. Moving along, we will now take up 5.3. That's item 5.3, appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for the two biennia 2024 to 25 and 2026 to 27. The reference document is document CE 172/19. And I'm very pleased to ask Mr. Cristo Casapantonio, who is the Director of Financial Affairs here at PAHO, to take the floor and come to the table and inform us on the subject. Pleased also to inform the head of administration to deal with this. Thank you. 5.3, appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for 2024-2025 and 2026-2027. The subcommittee received an update on the appointment of the external auditor for the 2024-2025 and 2026-2027 biennium. The Bureau reported that one nomination had been received from the government of Chile, which had nominated its Controller General of the Republic. The nomination was found to meet all the requirements and was forwarded to the PAHO Audit Committee for review. The subcommittee noted that only one nomination had been received and encouraged the Bureau to continue its efforts to recruit multiple candidates for future external auditor appointments in order to ensure the most competitive selection process possible. The office informed that although the note verbale calling for nominations had been circulated widely, only one nomination had been received, and that the same had been true of the previous appointment process. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you very much. I'm pleased now to offer the floor to the plenary, ladies and gentlemen. You have the floor. There appear to be no offers. Yes, Chile. I recognize the representative for Chile. Thank you, Mr. President, and a good morning to you. Chile has nominated one of its citizens, a very special and well-established representative of the Controller General's Office of our own republic. This is the highest level of controlling in our country, and we have that role enshrined in the political constitution of Chile, and it aims to ensure that the acts of administration of the states remain legal, that public funds are used wisely, and that this is in consonance with proper administration of the state. This is an autonomous entity within the state, and this is set forth, I say, in the Constitution, and the trust that the country puts in that position is also underscored. Chile wants here to underscore the absolutely impeccable work that the controller within the UN has carried out, beginning with 2017, when he was chosen by the UN for the period 2018 through 2024. The General Controllership of Chile hopes to be appointed here for the external auditor of PAHO to ensure that accountability and transparency can be kept at the international levels. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, distinguished delegate. I'm pleased to give the floor now to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The United States thanks the Bureau for this update on the appointment of the external auditor. We also thank the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for its excellent work as PAHO's external auditor for nearly 3 biennia now. I don't know if they're still in the room, but hopefully they have heard us say this so wonderful. We're happy to share that praise in person with you as well. We think their work in that role has been a consistently valuable service to the organization and its member states. We welcome the update on the receipt of the valid nomination for the role for the next 2 biennia from the government of Chile. We also look forward to receiving the outcome of the audit committee's further review and advice on that nomination, as well as to receiving any presentation from the nominated entity, the Controller General of the Republic of Chile, on its proposal at the next session of the Directing Council. And we would indeed encourage the Bureau to arrange for such a presentation. We think that would be helpful for member states to hear from the candidate directly. So thank you.
Thank you very much, United States. Pleased to give the floor now to Mr. Cosap Antonio for his own input.
Thank you very much. In accordance with the Financial Regulation 14.4 of the Pan-American Health Organization, the Pan-American Sanitary Conference of Directing Council shall appoint the external auditor of internal repute to audit the accounts of the organization. The terms of the office shall be 4 years, covering the 2 budgetary periods and may be extended once more. As we have received, the note verbal was sent to member states, and of course, describing in detail the process that needs to be followed in order to nominate the external auditor for the 2 biennium. The deadline for the receipt of the submission was January 31st, 2023. The Pan-American Sanitary Bureau received, as described, 1 nomination for the government of Chile, nominating its Controller General for the Republic, Controlaría General de la República de Chile. The Bureau considers that the nomination meets the requirements specified in the non-verbal containing the annex of the document, CSP 3016. Therefore, all the documentation available for the nomination were forwarded to the PAHO Audit Committee for review and advice. The nomination, along with any other comments made by the Audit Committee, will be submitted to the governing bodies for consideration of the member states. As the delegation of the United States mentioned during the 60th Directing Council, the representative of the audit entity proposed will be invited to make a summary presentation of their proposal to assist the Directing Council in the selection process. The Directing Council then will appoint the external auditor in accordance with the rules of procedure. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of the receipt of this valid nomination for external auditor for 2024, 2025, and 2026, 2027 biennia, and provide the comments, which thank you well received, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Casapantonio. I'm pleased to give the floor to the director, should he wish to make any comments. Appears not to be the case. Well, that's rare. Well, that's because I already said what I had to say in thanking the gentleman. But now that you offer me the floor, I don't wish to fail to take it, and simply point out that we are here selecting an external auditor on the basis of your input. The external auditor is being selected by the member states. You know, we have some 100 institutions that offer this level of talent, audits of United Nations bodies, and so it is most important to choose the right person, and whomever the United States suggests, as other countries, would be certainly worthy of our note. We're here talking about finding a replacement for a 5-year-old external auditor who has given us excellent results. But we have the renowned expertise and experience of the Chilean controllership, and that is certainly something that the PASB and the committee took into account in choosing the selection that the member states will now consider. Thank you very much. Thank you for your input, says the chair. And I hear the president, and I inform the committee that, of course, all of this will be reflected in the final report. Let us move on now with 5.4, item 5.4, which speaks to the report of the Office of Internal Audit for 2022. The reference document is CE 172/20. And I would ask Dr. David O'Regan, Auditor General of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and present the report.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. President, Director of PASB, distinguished delegates and observers, colleagues, and good morning also to those following events via the live stream. So we've heard this morning about external auditing and the audit of financial statements. Now we move to internal auditing and the Office of Internal Audit, known by the acronym OIA. Internal audit is embedded within the Secretariat and it focuses on advising the Secretariat on administrative and operational internal controls. And it is my pleasure to present the report of the Office of Internal Audit for 2022. The report summarizes OIA's activities, the main findings arising from internal audits, the implementation status of the Secretariat's actions to address the audit findings, and OIA's overall opinion on the organization's internal control environment. OIA is exclusively an advisory office. It therefore avoids any decision-making on rules, policies, and procedures. And this is to preserve OIA's impartiality in performing and reporting on its work. I'm pleased to inform the Executive Committee that OIA encountered no obstacles in the performance of its duties in 2022 and encountered no impediments to its reporting. I also confirm that the Office had adequate resources to complete its planned work. Now, in the report's annex, you can see that OIA undertook 7 assignments in 2022, which included the country offices in Cuba and Mexico, and the Pan American Center BIREMI, the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. It also covered 4 cross-organizational themes. Firstly, payroll. Second, business continuity. Third, the so-called second line of defense, in other words, managerial monitoring of internal controls. And fourthly, the administration of holdings of stocks of medical supplies across the organization. The report summarizes the findings of these assignments on pages 4 through 7. OIA's overall opinion on PASB's internal control environment was that it continued to provide reasonable assurance on the accuracy and timely recording of transactions, assets, and liabilities, and on the safeguarding of assets. As in recent years, again in 2022, none of the audits had an unsatisfactory rating. However, with ongoing weaknesses in the second line of defense, there is a possibility of individuals overriding internal controls, and OIA therefore continues to draw attention to the desirability of enhancing managerial monitoring arrangements. So with those brief comments, I invite the Executive Committee to take note of the report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. I appreciate your attention. I hope you found the report useful, and I shall be pleased to discuss any of its contents.
Gracias, Dr. O'Regan.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. David O'Regan, I offer the floor to the plenary. There appear to be no requests for the floor. I'm so sorry I hadn't seen you, says the President. Uruguay, please go ahead. Thank you, sir. I want to begin by appreciating the report that we've just heard with regard to the report of the Office of Internal Audit for 2022, and we much appreciate the different information that was offered to us over the period, which speaks to the professionalism of the body that was offering it. The work over 2022, given the pandemic, was obviously reduced in scope given that challenge, and indeed also the financial resources in hand presented a challenge too on the basis of what we have heard. But we do want to underscore the independence of the work that is mentioned here and that has been mentioned could be looked at again because perhaps it was not as robust as it might have been. There have been audits remotely, as we've understood it, using the various platforms. And that we consider to be an important point, and we would suggest that that use be further considered. It's important to be able to have it, but so too is it not to be in person. The tool is good and useful when needed. if it has to be tapped by Zoom or whatever other platform that can be, but to have in-person contact with those working in the different areas, either internally or through the permanent representations in our own countries and our own office, are, I think, a very good thing as well. So that's a little bit the tenor of my input, and I'll stop there. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. I'm pleased to offer the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The United States thanks the Office of Internal Audit for its work in 2022 and recognizes the valuable role it plays in monitoring internal controls, risk management, and related matters at PAHO. The United States supports the internal auditor's recommendations and encourages management to implement these recommendations in a timely manner. We were pleased to see that the overall payroll audit showed that largely satisfactory processes and controls are currently in place. However, we urge the Bureau to ensure important payroll processes do not rely on a single individual and to ensure all policies, procedures, and job aids are updated. Similarly, the United States requests that the Bureau establish a more robust institutional framework that ensures accountability, consistency, and reliability. We were glad the audit found good de facto management thus far, but we need stronger standard controls in place to avoid potential problems in the future. Reflecting on the specific reviews conducted, the United States expresses some concern about the number of audits rated major improvements needed, particularly those of the PWR offices in Cuba and Mexico, and of PASB's second line of defense. We urge the Bureau to give priority consideration to implementing the recommendations from those engagements. We are particularly concerned by the report's mention of an abnormal proportion of personnel in the PWR Cuba office that are employees of the Cuban national government. We understand from the report that only one of the office's 26 personnel, the representative, is a fixed-term PAHO staff member. The United States notes the auditor's view that this arrangement hinders the effective implementation of adequate segregation of responsibilities and supervisory arrangements and needs to be immediately addressed, along with all other recommendations from the PWR Cuba audit. In addition, the United States agrees with OIA's recommendations to the Mexico PWR office meant to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of local procurement transactions. The United States urges the Bureau to fully implement OIA's recommendations contained from the audits covered in the present report, and to continue its efforts to implement all outstanding recommendations from OIA's 2020 and 2021 reports, especially those posing any significant risk to the organization. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I thank the delegate of the United States. Are there any further requests for the floor? There being none, I'd like to offer the floor to Dr. O'Regan to respond to the comments.
Thank you for your comments and for the very close reading of the report. The only comment I would make, really, what stood out for me was Uruguay's comment on being present, being physically present during the audit of a country office. You know, the systems that we have now with Workday and PMIS do permit remote auditing to a very large extent. We can perform a desk audit relatively quickly of a country office. But you know, it's always preferable to be on site, and it depends on the amount of resources that we have going forward. And certainly the most risky or the most largest audits of country offices, we will be on site, I can guarantee. Thank you for your comments.
Gracias.
Thank you, Dr. O'Regan. With that, I'd like to offer the floor to our director, should he have any additional comments. Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
First, I want to thank the comments from Uruguay and the United States. I think that they are very important points that you have raised, and also our internal auditor. We have had some meetings with the internal audit, and the idea is really how we can have a more comprehensive internal auditing plan. I think that, of course, I understand the comments from Uruguay, but the idea is to have a kind of a combination based on the risk and based on a risk assessment, so we can have more internal auditing processes. Desk audit is covering less risky operations or smaller offices, and inside auditing processes in more risky or more large operations. So the idea is with this combination to have the capacity to review more cost centers in the organization each year. We do believe that this is very important. Again, this is part of the complex that we have, but internal audit is really very important. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the internal audit reports now will be available to member states. So it's important because sometimes I think that some findings that we have in some countries are telling us that what are the actions that we need to adopt in order to improve, in order to prevent things to happen in other countries. Also, I think that it will be important to be full transparency. Now, in this regard, in the internal audit report will be available to member states. It's a very simple process, but that maybe David can share with you how is the process to access the audits that now are available already in our webpage. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I have been informed that we should offer the floor once again to Dr. O'Regan. Please go ahead.
Yes, the director took the decision on the grounds of transparency to make available to member state delegations all internal audit reports from this year onwards. So we're not going retrospectively. The writing style retrospectively was sometimes very frank, and so we've from the date of the policy change, we're making available the reports of equal frankness, of course. We're not publishing the reports on the website. We shall be making them available on request. And if you visit the PAHO website, paho.org, the relevant page is one click away from the home page. So when you go, I think at the present time it's only in English and Spanish. But if you go to the menu icon About Us, you find the Office of Internal Audit as a separate page. And if you click on that page, you find lists of internal audit reports. You'll have a mention. There's my photograph on there, and below it says, member states requesting internal audit reports can write to me at the following email address. And then we will email those requested reports out to you. So a very simple process. I would just emphasize that we didn't go retrospectively. It's only from this year, 2023. And if there's any questions from member states about this process, I'd be happy to talk further. Thank you.
¿Alguna pregunta?
Are there any questions? I see none. So I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report of the committee. So moving on, let us now look at item 3.7, report of the Audit Committee of PAHO. I would like to bring document CE 17210 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Martin Gosden, Chair of the Audit Committee, to come to the head table and present the report. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Director, honorable delegates and participants of this session of the Executive Committee, good morning to all. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the report of the Audit Committee of the Pan American Health Organization, contained in document CE 172-10. The three aspects I wish to present are general topics having to do to the work of the Audit Committee, a brief summary of the committee activities in the most recent period, and lastly, the recommendations of the Audit Committee contained in the report that has been presented. In regard to the general topics having to do with our work, the committee was created in 2009 through a resolution of the Executive Council of the organization. Its first meeting took place in November 2010. The committee contributes to the strengthening of governance, accountability, and transparency of the organization, together with the other mechanisms set forth in the same. In accordance with the terms of reference, the Audit Committee advises the Director and Member States of PAHO through this Executive Council. The committee's work is carried out in accordance with internationally accepted practices. Usually, the committee meets twice a year over a 2-day period. It meets with the director, with the upper management staff and other members of the staff, as well as with the external auditor. The committee reviews documents and policies presented at its meetings. In this period, we met with Dr. Etienne, the Emeritus Director, and the current Director, Dr. Barbosa, at the beginning of his mandate. The annual report presented to this Executive Committee covers the work carried out by the committee from the June 2022 Directing Council. In accordance with the schedule, the committee held its meeting in late 2022 at the autumn meeting, and its 25th meeting was in April 2022 at the spring meeting. These sessions included informational sessions as well as reports from upper management and administration. Reports were provided. The members of the Audit Committee are appointed nominally to work for 2 complete periods of 3 years each. Committee members in the period 2022-2023 were Mr. Clive McLennan, appointed in 2020, who is coming to an end of his mandate. The vacancy will be made informed through document 172/11. Mr. Alan Siegfried, appointed in 2019, who is in his second period, and lastly myself, appointed in 2018, and I am also currently fulfilling my second period. I have had the privilege of chairing this committee for the period covered by this report. This slide shows the different areas of discussion of our annual report. These are aligned with the terms of reference of the Audit Committee and consider the priorities of the committee for the most recent period. Our work is was organized at the 2 meetings that I mentioned, with recurring items and specific matters. The Audit Committee is grateful for the cooperation received from the outgoing director, from the new director, from management, and the staff of the Pan American Health Organization, and as well as the external auditors. The support and cooperation were fundamental for discharging our work in the broad area of topics considered and recommended by the committee. The committee followed up the recommendations contained in the internal audit reports, as well as those of external auditors and those of the Audit Committee itself. In order to facilitate follow-up of the recommendations, we included this table in the report. It can be seen that PAHO is implementing the committee's suggestions. The committee also requested for management to seek clarification having to do with recommendations whenever deemed necessary. With regard to the third aspect of this presentation, and without going into the detail of each recommendation from the Audit Committee, we can nonetheless see that the first has to do with institutional risk management and the general information system for the organization. The second arises as an opportunity to identify recurring topics that are systemic and systematic as detected by the Internal Audit Office. The next is for the Investigation Office to continue its process towards maturity through comparison with other agencies of the United Nations system. Recommendation 4 has to do with the process for change within the organization with the new directors taking office. This is essential for organizational achievements. The next has to do with information security. This will continue being one of the topics focused on in coming years by this committee. The next recommendation relates to transparency, having to do with the second recommendation, as mentioned previously. To be able to determine the cause behind the observations made by the Internal Audit Office is fundamental to implement controls with a greater impact throughout the organization. Here we're showing the last 3 recommendations made in this period. Recommendation 7 refers to financial sustainability of activities, bearing in mind the potential impact of inflation in the services provided by the Bureau to member states. We will continue monitoring the economic situation and the adjustment to the organization's strategic areas and at our next meetings. PAHO is an organization with one of the chief assets on its human resources. Bearing this in mind, the Audit Committee requested additional information as to the organization's human capital for our consideration. The last recommendation has to do with the process for changing external auditor. Their work is crucial for governance, accountability, and transparency within the organization. This slide shows 2 pending recommendations that are over 1 year old. As I mentioned previously, the office is implementing the suggestions of the committee in due time. Thank you very much. The committee regularly looks at its terms of reference to ensure that they are up to date and in accordance with the best standards and practices for audit committees and for the supervision of similar organizations within the United Nations system. The current practice of the Audit Committee is that the annual report covers a period of July of 1 year to June the next year. In its self-assessment meeting in 2023, the members of the Audit Committee discussed the possibility of changing the period for the reporting and move it to January through December of each year. The proposed change will facilitate the process of providing an annual report and the reports to member states. And member states will also have access to the committee's report earlier. The Audit Committee will continue reporting to the Executive Committee in mid-year. This proposed practice is aligned with other audit committees within the United Nations system. I'd like to conclude this presentation by thanking everyone for the cooperation received during this period. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I remain available should there be any questions or queries having to do with this report. Thank you. I thank you, Mr. Guzden, and now open the floor for the plenary. Are there any requests for the floor? Any country wishes to take the floor? The delegate from the United States, is it a yes or no? It's a yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for letting us take the floor once again. The United States thanks the Audit Committee for its work and recognizes its valuable contributions to strengthening the organization's governance, accountability, transparency, and stewardship. We also support the Audit Committee's expert recommendations. We encourage the Secretariat to continue implementing the Committee's two outstanding recommendations from the reports issued in 2021 and 2022. And we strongly urge the Secretariat to give equal attention to the 9 recommendations provided in the present report. The United States appreciates the Committee's focus on PAHO investigations and ethics matters. The report indicates that the Audit Committee expressed concern about aspects of PAHO's investigations protocol, as well as with the separation between the fact-finding and decision-making roles within the investigations office. Could the committee elaborate on these concerns to help us understand them a little better? We're particularly interested to know if any concerns with PAHO's investigation protocol are primarily with interview procedures as referenced in the report, and I'm referring specifically to some observations made in paragraph 16 of the report. If they're primarily related to the interview procedures, or if they extend in any way to the new sexual exploitation and abuse policy guarantee that all allegations relating to sexual misconduct will receive full investigations. Insofar as we understand there is growing acceptance among international organizations for such an approach to investigating allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse, and we are also supportive of the idea, it would be helpful to know if the committee has any reservations about that specifically. We also welcome the update on the timeline for the investigations office carrying out a peer review, and we look forward to reviewing the outcome of that exercise when available. The United States supports the idea in paragraph 10 to have core revenue and expenses linked when possible to make it more clear which, if any, pieces of revenue go directly to specific expenses on an ongoing basis. Finally, we appreciate the steps the Bureau has taken to address cybersecurity breaches. We nevertheless note and support the Audit Committee's pending 2021 recommendation that the Office of Internal Audit facilitate an outside independent assessment of IT security. And we encourage PAHO to continue pursuing full personnel compliance with cybersecurity trainings as well. With that, we thank you again, Mr. Vice President.
I thank the delegate of the United States. Are there any further requests for the floor? I see none. Therefore, offer the floor to Mr. Gosden for his comments. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I thank the United States for the intervention. With regards to the processes and procedures that the Audit Committee reviews, it is twice a year. Frequently, we receive some of the policies, we make our comments, and we have to continue their discussion at the next meeting. This is part of what we mention as raising doubts with regards to the process. We do understand that there is evolution that is ongoing, and at our meetings, we consider these aspects, and our meetings, as I said, are every 6 months. However, our doubt is not in regards to the new policy for sexual exploitation, but focuses rather on internal processes and the coordination and involvement of the investigations with the rest of the organization. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Gracias.
I thank you, Mr. Gosden, and would now like to offer the floor to our director, should he have any comments. Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to thank Mr. Gosden for the excellent work that always carried out by the Audit Committee in support of the organization. I'd like to also thank Mr. Clyde Macmillan, who is coming to the end of his mandate as member of the committee. And the next item will be for the Executive Committee to elect the member to replace him. I'm grateful to the comments from the United States. We are abiding by all the recommendations of the Executive Committee. We want to implement them efficiently. With regards to response to sexual exploitation and abuse, there will be a presentation on this when we reach the item 3.5, and that will specifically focus on the issue. And we'll also be hearing under 3.7 a report from the Office of Investigation, so any doubts about the new investigation procedure can be clarified during that discussion. Thank you, President. Thank you, Director. So, as in the previous cases, I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. We will now have a break. However, since I saw that the Minister for Jamaica has joined us, which fills me with great joy, and therefore I will not be sitting here but over there. So I wanted to thank the director, his team, and all of you for your cooperation and kindness, helping me conduct this extra unexpected task that, as we have been doing yesterday and today. So I thank you all, and I offer the floor to the Assistant Director, Marilu.
Let me change to. Queria agradecer em nome.
On behalf of the Secretariat, I wanted to thank Vice President Marimon for his excellent work this day and a half, ensuring that all the topics could be addressed here by the Executive Committee. It was an unexpected change, and I think that the role of the Vice President is extremely important. So I'd like to thank him and acknowledge through applause the excellence of his work.
Good morning. We would like to inform delegates that the amended resolution for item 4.6, Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the Region of the Americas, is now available on the resolution tracking system. So please look at it there. We'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Sí, la pausa.
We will then have a 20-minute coffee break and reconvene at 10 to 11, please. Thank you very much.
Buenos días de nuevo. Vamos a empezar la segunda.
Good morning once again. Let us begin the second session of this Tuesday meeting. As you know, we now have the Health Minister from Jamaica with us, Dr. Tufton. He has now joined us. So we are going to offer him the floor as he is the president of the Pan American Executive Committee, Pan American Health Organization Executive Committee.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Barbosa, Director Pan American Health Organization, other distinguished members here in the room. Firstly, let me apologize profusely for being late and for perhaps interrupting the flow of the proceedings here today. We don't have control over the weather as yet, and there are many flight cancellations. Some may have been a victim of that, but I'm here and happy to be here, and thank you for your understanding. So I've been given 3 minutes just to do a quick opening statement, which I would have done on Monday. So I ask for your indulgence, and then we resume the regular scheduling. But I want to just place on record our appreciation for the acting president, Dr. Mariam Torres, Vice led the proceedings up to this point. Thank you very much for that. So, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. Jamaica is honored to participate in the 172nd session of the PAHO Executive Committee, and it is my great pleasure as President to welcome you to these deliberations, though late it may be. I anticipate a productive program. I'm sure it has been so far in the days ahead. Considering matters, of course, such as mental health, suicide prevention, policy on the health workforce, 2030, strategic communications in public health for behavioral change, very important area, and the strategy for universal access to health, and the COVID-19 pandemic in the region of the Americas. These are some of the very issues contemplated in the recent SIDS Ministerial Conference on NCDs and mental health in the Caribbean island of Barbados, which has produced the Bridgetown Declaration. The declaration, which champions a whole of government and whole of society responses, are grounded in local culture and traditional knowledge, together with the interconnected determinants of health, provides a useful place for which to pivot as we seek to overcome the varied public health challenges within our member states. These challenges, which are especially chronic in SIDS, range from the scourge of NCDs and mental health to inadequate healthcare financing and the requirement to digitize health systems for resilience, which is critical in the post-COVID era. Our response to these challenges requires understanding and a promotion of social and behavioral sciences strategies to inform individual and community action for better public health, particularly as we consider the triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature loss, and pollution, which holds serious and far-reaching public health risks and threats. If we are to successfully realize universal health coverage while navigating the minefield of challenges facing us, it is also necessary to recognize the peculiar vulnerabilities of Caribbean SIDS and to plan and collaborate accordingly. Jamaica, for its part, will not resile from its commitment to overcome the NCDs and mental health problems and is forging ahead with the adoption of the health in all and life course approaches to safeguarding public health. Our efforts are evidenced by ongoing primary care reform, the digitization of our health system, physical infrastructure upgrades, attention to our human resources for health, and specifically designated interventions that help to answer the needs of the most vulnerable. Finally, I trust, therefore, that as we deliberate, as we have deliberated so far and continue to deliberate over the next few days, that we will do so with an eye to identifying synergies as well as to cementing old partnerships and forging new ones. The mission, ladies and gentlemen, is to save lives, and I believe we have no choice but to succeed. Thank you very much for having me, and again for this fairly late intervention. Okay, so we will resume from where we left off. Item 3.8, appointment of one member to the Audit Committee of PAHO. I would like to bring document CE 17211 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Heinz Jimenez, Legal Counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Sorry about that. Okay, I will yield the floor now to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to report on the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We would now like to present a summary of the report pertaining to item 3.8, appointment of one member to the PAHO Audit Committee. The subcommittee was informed that the term of office of one of the members of the Audit Committee would expire in June 2023, and that it would therefore be necessary for the Executive Committee to appoint a person to replace the outgoing member. The subcommittee was asked to review the list of candidates proposed by the Director and make a recommendation to the Executive Committee. To that end, the subcommittee established a working group consisting of the delegates of United States of America, Honduras, and St. Kitts and Nevis. The working group evaluated the proposed candidates on the basis of the criteria for membership set out in the terms of reference of the Audit Committee, and decided to recommend that Ms. Sarah Greenblatt should be appointed to fill the vacancy on the Audit Committee. The subcommittee endorsed the recommendation of the working group and therefore recommends that the Executive Committee adopt the proposed resolution contained in Annex B of document CE 17211, appointing Ms. Greenblatt to serve as member of the PAHO Audit Committee for a term of 3 years, from June 2023 through June 2026. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. Going once, twice, no? Okay. That sounds like good progress. I will therefore ask Dr. Jimenez if she has a comment. No? What about the President of the Subcommittee? Any additional words from you? No. Okay. Can I ask, therefore, Dr. Barbosa for his comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, I have already thanked Mr. Clyde Macmillan for his good service serving our audit committee. I think that the recommendation was very clear from the SBPA, and Mrs. Sarah Ridley is very well qualified, and I think that it will also provide a better gender balance, because nowadays the audit committees, we have 3 male members, and now we will have Mrs. Sarah Ridley, and if the executive committee confirms her appointment, of course, she will be very welcome to serve in this very important body of the organization that is the audit committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. I now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. We shall now read this proposed resolution, appointment of one member to the Audit Committee of PAHO. The 172nd session of the Executive Committee, PP1, considering that the 49th Directing Council, through Resolution CD 49.R2, 2009, established the Audit Committee of the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, to function as an independent expert advisory body to the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, PASB, and PAHO member states. PP2, guided by the terms of reference of the Audit Committee, which established the process to be followed in the assessment and appointment by the Executive Committee of the members of the PAHO Audit Committee. PP3, noting that the terms of reference of that committee stipulate that members shall serve no more than 2 full terms of 3 years each. PP4, considering that a vacancy will exist in the PAHO Audit Committee, resolves OP1 to thank the Director of PASB and the Subcommittee on Program Budgeting and Administration for their thorough work in identifying and nominating highly qualified candidates to serve on the PAHO Audit Committee. OP2, to appoint Mrs. Sarah Greenblatt to serve as a member of the PAHO Audit Committee for a term of 3 years from June 2023 through June 2026. That is the end. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I will now yield the floor to the plenary for any discussion on the resolution. Okay, given that there's full agreement based on the non-show of hands, I declare the resolution adopted. Thank you very much for that. So we move now to item 5.5, report on the Master Capital Investment Fund and on the Master Capital Investment Plan implementation. I'd like to bring the document C 172/21 to the attention of the committee and invite Ms. Maria Teresa Angolo, Director of General Service Operations of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Thank you very much. I'll yield the floor now to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget and Administration to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to report on item 5.5, report on the Master Capital Investment Fund and on the Master Capital Investment Plan implementation. The subcommittee received an update on the status of the Master Capital Investment Fund and its 5 subfunds. The Bureau reported that $5.4 million had been transferred into the Real Estate Maintenance and Improvement Subfund to cover expenses related to the ongoing renovations at the PAHO headquarters building. The subcommittee was informed that, as of December 2022, $8.4 million had been spent under the renovation project, which has a total budget of $28.7 million. In the subcommittee's discussion on this item, the Bureau was asked to indicate whether there had been any unexpected delays in the renovation project and whether there would be sufficient funds to complete the work in 2023. In response to these questions, the Bureau confirmed that there would be sufficient funds to cover the costs of the renovations, since $8.3 million had been allocated for the project from other sources. The Bureau also reported that no delays have occurred during the renovation project, except for a delay in the delivery of audiovisual equipment owing to supply chain issues. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
I will now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. I recognize the member from the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States appreciates this updated report on the Master Capital Investment Fund and the Master Capital Investment Plan implementation. As was noted at the March Subcommittee on Program Budget Administration, this issue was discussed, and at that time it was projected to have headquarters renovation completed by mid-June. But now it's expected to be late 2023, so later this year. Have there been any additional costs because of those delays? For example, from renting out this space, which is great for this meeting, but I would imagine there might be some additional costs there. And do we still have sufficient funds to pay for any of those unexpected costs that have come up and the completion of the renovation? Also, are there any other known issues along the way that have come up that could further delay project completion? Or does it still look like it should be finished this year? And if there are any potential delays or risks, what is being done to mitigate those sorts of delays? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, member from the United States of America. Are there any other questions, comments before I ask for a response? I see no expression of interest, and therefore I heard two, possibly three questions, so I hand over to.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the U.S. The project continues in schedule as informed, and the organization is planning to have the directing council in the headquarters building. Delays announced regarding the audiovisual equipment. The audiovisual equipment is on schedule to be up and running by the end of August. Budgetary speaking, we are within budget as changes have occurred, but we continue to be in budget as planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angulo. Any other? No? Okay. Can I ask, therefore, if the director would like to make a comment?
Yes, very briefly, Mr. President. I want to thank the comments from the U.S., the clarification made by Angulo. I have visited the building 3 times, I think, because I'm very concerned with the schedule. And we have no plan B. The directing council will be in the building. It is almost done. It was not an easy task because you need to renovate a HVAC system that was very old in the second, 10th floor. The electricity, it was a kind of a piece of, maybe it should be donated to a museum because it was, and it was very big, so we had to have it part by part to remove. But it is almost done. I think that member states will see that the renovations are not making any kind of, let's say, cosmetic changes in the building, but preserving that beauty, the beauty that we have in that building, but to modernize. So member states will have more, I think that more comfortable meeting rooms, and also will facilitate the hybrid meetings. So we will have all these new audio and video facilities that will be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. If there are no other questions or comments, I would just inform the member from the U.S. and that both his questions and responses will be captured in the final committee report. May I move to the next item? Item number 7.3, implementation of the international health regulations. I'd like to bring document CE 172 INF/3 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Sero Ugarte, Director of the Department of Health Emergencies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and present the item.
Minister Tufton, President, welcome. Thank you so much, Director, Member States, colleagues. I'm glad to present the agenda item 7.3, implementation of international health regulations. Document CE 172/INF/3. This document is presented in accordance to the provisions of the international health regulations, and the current report centers on the acute public health events, the state parties' core capacities, the administrative requirements, and governance of the IHR. This report also highlights issues requiring concerted actions by state parties in the region of the Americas and the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to enhance future application and implementation of the regulations and compliance with them. Between the 1st of January on 2023 and the 31st March of this year, 32 of the 35 states parties in the Americas, that is 91% of the member states in the Americas, confirmed or updated the contact information of their IHR national focal points. We have 188 users from all 35 states parties that had credentials to access the WHO Event Information System portal. This is extremely important because we ensure that every country has experts and have the proper authority to access the most important source of confidential information at the right time with the proper analysis that is being done by the proper member states, but also by WHO technical areas. And we also did a routine test of connectivities, and it was successful in 80% of the state parties, that is 29 of 35. That is, those are the routine test connectivities that are done without previous information. Like, for example, now we can call the national focal points to ensure that they are connected, and we check that. From 16 July 2022 to 31st March 2023, we have recorded 122 acute public health events of potential international concern that were identified and assessed in the region. So you see, in less than a year, already 122 public health events of potential international concern. And 68% of those reports were the national authorities as the initial source of information. This is also another progress in the Americas. It used to be 40% of all the events that were reported through IHR or other sources were coming from the member states themselves. And now we have 68% of those events. That shows the responsibility of the countries, but also the opportunity to report and share critical information with all other member states, state parties through the IHR channels. 76 events affecting 23 state parties in the 6 territories in the region were of substantiated international public concern, 80% of them attributed to infectious hazards. As of 28th of February, 94% of the 35 state parties in the regions of the Americas have complied with the obligation to submit their state party annual report. Please note that for the last 76th World Health Assembly, all 35 countries in the Americas complied with the annual report. That is also another progress in the Americas. 100% of our member states comply with that requirement. That only happened before 7 years ago. So it is also another topic to highlight. A comprehensive analysis of these reports is being processed and will be provided to the PAHO Directing Council in September 2023 as suggested and requested at the SPVA. The IHR roster of experts includes 456 professionals, 103 of whom are from the region of the Americas. That is 23% of all the experts in the world in the IHR register in the IHR are from the Americas. And they include experts designated by 11 of the 35 state parties in the region: Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Canada, Cuba, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, and the United States of America. This is something that we didn't have enough progress. Only 11 of the 35 countries in the Americas have appointed experts to the international health regulations. We highly encourage all member states to designate national professionals for the IHR roster of experts. This is crucially important, particularly to participate directly in the deliberations of public health events of international concern. If the country has not designated a national professional to the roster of experts, unfortunately cannot be part of the discussions and will not have the opportunity to have direct information from the source or the countries that are having certain problems. This is really important, and we would like, again, to highlight the importance, and PAHO, the Secretariat, will be helping you with all the process. It's actually the first part of this is to identify the professionals that are experts in any area of the public health, laboratory, epidemiology, emergency management, or other areas, that will represent the country as in the roster of experts. The future governance and implementation of the IHR are closely related to the ongoing process of the processes led by member states through the working group on the amendments on the IHR and also in the intergovernmental negotiating body that will present their final reports and recommendations to the World Health Assembly in 2024. So the IHR as we know now may not be the same after 2024, although the period for the implementation of the new IHR may also have different periods. But at the same time, we have many tools, many processes, many evaluations that will change, of course, with the amendments to the IHR. As you may know, there are currently 307 proposals for amendments to the IHR, in addition to annexes. So this is extremely important. Also, I would like to highlight again what the director mentioned yesterday, to ensure your participation in person in the meeting of the 10th to 12th of July at this same venue, inviting one person from the Ministry of Health, one person from the Foreign Affairs at the capitals, and the mission in Geneva that covers these points. It is essential that member states continue to engage actively in the deliberations. So the Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments if deemed pertinent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ugarte. A lot has been said, very important issues, so I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments or discussions. I recognize the member from Argentina.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I am grateful for the report. Our country reasserts its commitment with the full implementation and compliance with IHR 2005 as a key pillar to strengthen capacities, the national capacities and preparedness worldwide as well. Now, as far as lessons learned from the pandemic, we find ourselves currently strengthening our risk management system within the health ministry in coordination with other areas of the government. We have created a risk management unit at the cabinet level, and we are currently working on a national response plan vis-a-vis pandemics within our national framework for risk management. We have updated information regarding our national liaison contact and in enhancing our national user list for WHO events. And I think would be important for Argentina for once we have defined these new users for the regional office to be able to support us with training on site. Now, regarding presenting annual self-evaluation reports, we're pleased to learn of the commitment of the organization to support efforts made by countries based on informal meetings that will help us enhance our indicators, such as was done in Chile last year. Regarding the debates in Geneva, we reiterate the need for the working groups about the amendments to IHR will deliberate together about synergies and how the complementary nature of the agreement and the new WHO instrument that's being discussed about IHR, and to avoid or look at overlaps. Regarding the next working group meeting, we think it would be very helpful to learn in advance what different articles will be the subject of debate, at least with sufficient lead time, and then to present the amendments to each article in a consolidated way for us to take a look at each proposal, each paragraph, and each section. We hope that in future debates they are scheduled enough in advance for the text to have more realistic, concrete commitments, and that we can garner consensus in advance to the extent possible. Thank you.
I thank the member from Argentina, and I recognize the member from Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to start by expressing thanks for the excellent report just given, which calls our attention to many points of interest to our countries. I would like to start by commending PAHO for the initiatives undertaken with the countries of our region to take part in this review exercise of the IHR. And I would like to encourage PAHO to continue taking part or engaging in such initiatives. And I can tell you that Brazil will fully take part in the meeting that will take place within a month in this very room. On that, I would like to invite the Secretariat to explore, look into a bit more a sentence that is in paragraph 5 of the report, which struck me. To March 31st of 2023, to identify in the region 152 acute public health issues of possible international importance that presented 35% of the 350 events considered globally over the same period. The Americas represent more than 1/3 of those cases recorded. Now, how do we interpret this? Our problems are more serious than the planet's average? Or are we just doing a better job at reporting our problems? I would like to hear what the Secretariat thinks about that. Thank you.
Thank the member from Brazil, and I recognize the member from Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. President. Suriname would like to thank the Secretariat for its joint efforts for this report. As we all know, the report discusses acute public health events, state parties' core capacities, administrative requirements, and governance. It also highlights issues requiring concerted actions by state parties in the region of the Americas and by the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to enhance future application and implementation of the regulation and compliance with them. In light of the COVID-19 response, the IHR did not lead to an urgent and coordinated worldwide response with a clear lack or inadequate implementation of IHR by member states, stating that stricter compliance with the provisions of the IHR, coupled with stronger international solidarity, is the utmost importance in facing future pandemic challenges. For Suriname, of main importance are legislation and financing. These do not sufficiently support the IHR core capacities. The National Coordination Network needs to be strengthened with national action plans and adequate budget. There is also need for improved surveillance, rapid case detection, and data management, as these are critical for improvement of timely reporting and response. There is a need for a national risk communication plan, standard operating procedures, including the incident command system, and approved stock of emergency supplies. Suriname takes notes of this report and will review and strengthen the implementation of the IHR core capacities, for sure with the technical assistance of PAHO. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the member from Suriname, and I recognize now the member from the United States of America.
Thank you, President. The United States welcomes the report and commends PAHO for continuing to support implementation of and compliance with the international health regulations. We strongly support the IHR 2005, which is the overarching and foundational legal framework for preventing, preparing for, notifying, and responding to international health emergencies. The United States is committed to working together with PAHO member states and global stakeholders to amend the IHR 2005 to make them clearer, more precise, and fit for purpose based on the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We are fully committed to the WGIHR, and on behalf of Mr. McGiff, I will share his appreciation to you all for the privilege of serving as the Regional Vice Chair for the WGIHR Bureau for the region of the Americas. As work progresses in both the WGIHR and the INB seeking to negotiate a new pandemic accord, we're committed to working together for the success of both processes so that the global health architecture can be strengthened, including the important leading and coordinating role the WHO must play as a universal technical membership body on health. Outside of the ongoing negotiations, we'll also continue working with member states to help enhance IHR capacities and capabilities and encourage meaningful member state collaboration with PAHO to strengthen the prevention, preparedness for, and response to international health emergencies, including pandemics. The COVID-19 pandemic and recent outbreaks underscore the critical importance of full implementation of and compliance with IHR obligations, and the capacities and requirements set out in the IHR provide the necessary foundation to effectively prepare for and respond to health emergencies, including pandemics. A long-standing common architecture by which member states and the broader global community can work together to achieve sustainable capacity to prevent, rapidly detect, and report, and respond effectively to health security threats. We welcome and encourage greater collaboration with PAHO in strengthening the member states' abilities to prevent, prepare for, and respond to emergencies and greater pandemic preparedness, including PAHO's role for shepherding the voluntary and joint external evaluation processes at the country level to track IHR core capabilities. Member states should continue to build upon, complement, and strengthen the use of IHR monitoring and evaluation tools, which ensure mutual accountability between member states and the WHO Secretariat. These have been widely used by member states around the world to help assess their capacities and have been greatly advanced by WHO. Finally, we're grateful to Dr. Barbosa and Dr. Ugarte for organizing the upcoming PAHO regional consultation on the INB and IHR next month here in Washington, and we very much look forward to productive discussions and building consensus that we view within our region that we view as essential to building a global consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States of America. Just to note, I'm mindful of the time that's allowed for speaking, but maybe the pace and the interpretation becomes compromised, but well said, USA. May I now recognize the member from Jamaica?
Mr. President, Jamaica thanks the PAHO for this comprehensive report on the progress of implementation of the IHR 2005 and look forward especially to the work with respect to digital versions that are being explored to update the paper-based ICVP given its limitations. Mr. President, the IHR 2005 provided SIDS like Jamaica with a sound basis to mount a response to COVID-19. Since entry into force, Jamaica has maintained 100% compliance with the mandatory annual State Party Annual Report. We highlight that Jamaica average overall capacities range from 35% to 70% in 2014 and has increased to between 76% and 88% since then. A key factor for this significant improvement realized is the increased capacity for advocacy. This is largely attributed to the establishment of a dedicated team to support advocacy and coordination of activities for attainment of the core capacities and continuing strengthening Jamaican IHR national focal point. Jamaica has received and is grateful for the support of PAHO Country Office, in particular for the Jamaica NFP, which allowed for regular convening of national level IHR committees, maintenance of the IHR incident logs, and publication of our monthly IHR bulletin that provides regular current updates to IHR stakeholders. We recommend that this support must continue. We advise that challenges still persist and include inadequate resources to develop national action plans, timeliness of alerting and responding mechanisms, capacity at designated contingent and other international ports and airports and unauthorized ports of entry, threat-specific readiness for known diseases and risk, sustainability of intersectoral collaboration, and capacity for adequate monitoring of the progress of implementation. Additionally, other areas that require strengthening have been elucidated from Jamaica's 2022 COVID Interaction Report. The Interaction Report revealed gaps in Jamaica's response and reinforces the need for improvement in health information systems to facilitate the collection and dissemination of laboratory results and also for surveillance, especially at the community level. Training in infection prevention and control, surge capacity planning and activation, welfare arrangements for health workforce, and differential provisions for some vulnerable groups. Jamaica applauds the ongoing review process in the work on amendments to the IHR and INB for development of pandemic accord. We are, however, concerned with the pace of the review process. The rigorous schedule of meetings, the pace of the negotiations, the limited time between meetings to conduct national consultations, the complex issues to be considered, and the limited country technical resources and capacity challenge small island developing states, such as Jamaica, to fully participate in these processes. National consultations and engagements must be undertaken to ensure that the obligations proposed can be implemented in accordance with the Constitution and other national laws, as well as within the capacity of national systems. The existing schedule does not allow adequate time for such national consultations and fulsome consideration by the government of Jamaica of the varied issues raised. This concern was raised at the last WGIHR meeting, and we take this opportunity to reiterate this concern and request further consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. You went over the 3 minutes by a few seconds, but I'll allow you this time. I recognize the member from Cuba, please.
We're very grateful for the report. Cuba, as it was part of the IHR, continues its obligation and its ongoing assessment to ensure its implementation and to continue to ensure its sustainability. To this effect, we have established all the necessary protocols across at the 3 levels of healthcare. Now, we have also established the necessary coordination with the different central bodies in administration in keeping with the 2005 IHR and the plans of action, making it possible for us to ensure its operation, sustainability, and development. Now, as far as the 4 main areas have the necessary trained personnel as called for in the IHR. The National Liaison Center also operates as a part of our health surveillance system under the Health Ministry, broadening its intersectoral work and ensuring that information requested by PAHO is sent and WHO is sent, as well as verification of information, again, in keeping with the IHR. Now, what isn't covered in IHR 2005 on travelers, those rules were made more flexible, and we have adjusted the requirements for international travelers to avoid any type of interruption of international trade and travel. Cuba is taking part in the regional meetings regarding proposed amendments for the IHR 2005 and in all of the virtual meetings that have been held thus far on that. Now, we consider IHR to be a very valuable tool that needs to be updated on an ongoing basis and to be adapted to the current context of public health. We also commend the fact that efforts are being made to achieve synergies between the intergovernmental negotiating body and IHR. Cuba will take part in all of those meetings convened by PAHO and WHO to debate on anything relative to these 2 instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cuba, for that for your contribution. Okay, if there are no other, and I see no other expression of interest, I will now yield the floor to respond to a number of comments made to Dr. Ugarte.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Argentina, Brazil, Suriname, United States of America, Jamaica, and Cuba for their comments. I would like to begin emphasizing that it is important that it is a very good practice. Sorry, I will switch to Spanish. Creo que es.
Now, we think that it is a good practice to verify and to make sure that users of the information website of WHO has the ability, that people have the training necessary to use it. It affords many advantages, and at the same time, users can upload information on that web page. To that effect, we are pleased to reiterate our decision to offer support in offering training to Argentina or any other country that needs such training. We would underscore the importance of achieving synergies, the need for synergies between the Intergovernmental Negotiation Body and the working group on the amendments of the IHR. Member states have mentioned these topics from the outset of the INB. From its inception, when we discussed the response to the pandemic, it was said that the IHR was not sufficient as it was, that something more was needed. And in those discussions, it was said, well, anything else that is devised has to be complementary to the IHR, and to make that necessary, it needs to be amended. Now, in our internal discussions, it seems that we were looking for solutions to a problem that had not yet been thoroughly defined. And on that, I would underscore the importance of internal assessments done by countries the interaction reviews done by a number of the countries of the Americas. I would underscore the work done, in which we have taken direct part in the case of Suriname, Argentina, Jamaica. This is an internal review looking at the challenges. Cuba's done this, that each country has with a view toward improving those processes that need improvement. So yes, it's very important from that standpoint that be done, and I would also underscore the coordinated work done with the coordinating centers of WHO and PAHO on the IHR, the United States, Chile, and the technical contribution that Canada has made, and a number of other countries whose institutions have helped us undertake these analyses and review of the IHR. Regarding Brazil's question, without a doubt, our region has been characterized as the region that most complies with the IHR requirements and therefore reports more thoroughly. Now, perhaps, well, there are some events about which reports aren't being issued, and that does have consequences for the rest of the world as well, and other countries that also aren't reporting thoroughly. And so in our countries, there has been more discipline, but the comment made and the description regarding why that will be included in the more analytical report that we will be submitting to the directing council, because just a one-off sentence doesn't contain all the information that's necessary. So I thank you for that. Now, I would also stress that there is much interest in this internal discussion about the INB and the working group on the international or the IHR's amendments to be carried out in Washington. Through the Group of the Americas, which Mexico will chair, comments have been received about the content of the agenda. It was said that the countries would have until Friday to offer any comments, and we are still awaiting that input, those comments from countries with which we will identify the items on the agenda. To make sure that if we're going to discuss something at this meeting, we need to delve into those things that the member states are most interested in, and not just the Secretariat's vision. So that's unfinished business that's pending, and we have underscored the proactive approach by Mexico to seek out those inputs from the Latin American region, and we await that. And the discussions in Geneva, unfortunately, are a bit more difficult for us to control. There's only one level of negotiation. There isn't any regional or sub-regional or country-level negotiation. It's only done at one level, and that's done in Geneva. So I reiterate the importance of ensuring that we take part in these mechanisms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those comments. I will now ask the Director, Dr. Barbosa, if he has some comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's switch to Spanish. Quería primero agradecer.
First of all, I wanted to thank you for the very active participation by all the members of the Executive Committee and the observers in connection with this agenda item, offering their comments, but also sharing a lot of the national experience that they have in the process of implementation of the IHR. As Dr. Cito Ugarte has pointed out, until we have the new international health regulations going through the implementation process, we have to comply with the current international regulations. So I believe that it is very important to have all the reports, because aside from being able to see what the real situation is with the national capacities, we have to comply with all the obligations that member states have with the IHR. The comment made by Brazil, I believe that has already been covered by Cito. I simply want to add that in terms of surveillance, these are systems that raise more awareness. than specificity. So it is much better to have many false positives. And by this I mean 300 reports instead of only 1 or 2 that will be confirmed after a careful evaluation, instead of having only 10 and leaving out perhaps once an event that was not reported. So I believe that this speaks highly of the capacity of countries in the Americas, as has been mentioned by Dr. Ugarte. But it is important to place things in context, because otherwise it might seem that the Americas is always the epicenter of everything that goes on in the world, and that it can be used as a positive identifier with the possibility of identifying and reporting the events that are taking place in the region. I believe that I would like to thank sincerely the comments that were made by various countries. So once again, this responsibility that we have of concluding all debates that lead us to prepare for the 2024 World Health Assembly. So I invite you all, I call on all member states to participate in the meeting that is to take place in July this year. I believe that it is very important, mainly when we hear about countries that do not have representation in Geneva, or do not have a very strong representation. I believe that this will be a wonderful opportunity in order to follow an information process, discussion, consensus seeking, which I believe is also an initiative that we're launching and that we're taking here in the Americas, which could also be used as an example for other regions in the world. So hopefully, significant progress will be made on that. And the region, not only as a region, but each country on an individual basis, and even countries with less capacity to participate in in-person meetings in Geneva, can attend with all the information and in a position to have an active participation and make your positions be heard in order to arrive at that very important process that I believe will be the tool, complementary tools, the IHR and the new instrument that will reflect the lessons learned during the pandemic. So out of all the problems that we face, the difficulties we encountered, and what seemed not to work well with the regulatory frameworks that we currently have in force, all that should be reflected in the changes to the regulations and the new instrument, so that active participation, that productive consultative participation by member states will be extremely important to make sure that it will adequately reflect all the experiences that you went through and what we lived through in the region of the Americas, in the different subregions, with its uniqueness. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa, for your comments, and thanks also to Dr. Ugarte for his presentation and the comments of all members. I thought this was a useful session with a lot of good ideas. So I'd like to inform the committee that the discussion will be noted in the final comments, and we are about to break for, I believe it's a photo op and lunch. Sorry, until 2 p.m. Before we do, though, I would like to say that after lunch at 2 p.m., we intend to do the items 4.1, 4.6, 4.4, sorry, pending resolutions first, 4.4, 4.6, items 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, and if time permits, we go to 7.8 and 7.9. So that's a plan for the afternoon session. But before we go, I would like to call on our Deputy Director, Mrs. Valdez, for any announcement that she may have.
Thank you, Mr. President. We invite delegates to please join us now in the colonnade room at the lobby level for the commemorative photo. It's where the reception was held. And at 1 p.m., the members of the committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2023, the representatives of Bolivia, Jamaica, and Suriname will meet in the room Imperial 1, which is located on this floor. A light lunch will be served for you, and interpretation will be provided for that meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So thank you for your participation. We will now break until 2 p.m.
E metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já temos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PAHO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas. Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para. La vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo y me gusta mucho.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate.
Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo.
Las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más para todas las personas en todas partes. Ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning, and visiting houses from village to village, and we would come back like at 10 at night, and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010. And then we introduced rapid diagnostic tests, which initially was quite expensive, and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. the Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us. Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person.
Family.
Community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness.
To the care we need.
Wherever we live.
Whatever we have or do not have.
Regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
Se vamos a vacunarse.
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
Amiga gripal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The Revolving Fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The Revolving Fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the Revolving Fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el fondo rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PAHO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para, la vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo e me gusta muito.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar, porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate. Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning, and visiting houses from village to village, and we would come back like at 10 at night and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010. And then we introduced a rapid diagnostic test, which initially was quite expensive, and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us. Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person,
family,
community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness,
to the care we need,
wherever we live,
whatever we have or do not have,
regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
Se vamos a vacunarse.
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
La principal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La
la Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The revolving fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The revolving fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the revolving fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
E Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el fondo rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PASCO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para, la vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo e me gusta muito.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar, porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud No espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate. Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning and visiting houses from village to village. And we would come back like at 10 at night and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010. And then we introduced rapid diagnostic tests, which initially was quite expensive and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, microplanning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $30 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us. Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person,
family,
community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness,
to the care we need,
wherever we live,
whatever we have or do not have,
regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health, for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
¿Qué vamos a vacunarse?
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
Amiga gripal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La
la Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The Revolving Fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The Revolving Fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the Revolving Fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
E Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente Y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PASCO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para. La vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo y me gusta mucho.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar
porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate. Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo.
Las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning and visiting houses from village to village. And we would come back like at 10 at night and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010. And then we introduced rapid diagnostic tests, which initially was quite expensive, and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us. Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person,
family,
community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness.
To the care we need.
Wherever we live.
Whatever we have or do not have.
Regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
¿Qué vamos a vacunarse?
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
La gripal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
la Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The Revolving Fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The Revolving Fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the Revolving Fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
E Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, o Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, Y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PASCO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO strategic these mechanisms focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies, leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para, la vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestro impacto.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo e me gusta muito.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar, porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate.
Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts of more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
Buenas tardes. Bueno, espero que hayan disfrutado.
I hope you have all had a good lunchtime. We have last session for today. We will be having a break, but I'd like to give the floor to Minister Tufton, our president, to begin the afternoon session.
Thank you very much. I trust that we all had a nutritious lunch and a good break. All right, so as I had indicated prior to the break, we are going to resume and we're going to be taking items 4.6, looking at the resolution. And there are some adjustments that are going to be put on the floor. So we will start this off with the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. We'll start this with the consideration of the proposed resolution pending adoption. And I would like to bring PR2, strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas, to the attention of the committee, and invite Dr. Anselm Hennis, Director of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health of the Pan American Center Bureau, to come to the head table. He's already here. I now invite the rapporteur to present the amendments to the proposed resolution.
Bien, gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. There is a proposed amendment in resolutions in OP2 from paragraphs A through D, which I will now explain to you. To guarantee that ensure that everyone has the opportunity to enjoy, has been replaced by support the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, supported by Canada, Argentina, Brazil, by applying an intersectoral equity and human rights-based approach to promoting and protecting mental health that includes everyone and avoids unfair differences between groups of people due to their race, ethnicity, gender, identity, disability, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or geographic location, among other factors. B, increase financial and human resources for scaling up, and here care has been replaced by community-based mental health services to ensure that resources are proportionate to the mental health needs of each country, and where necessary, use evidence-based remote approaches to improve access, and that replaces to services and care. So that was deleted, replaced by access, supported by Canada, Argentina, Brazil. C, support the transition from, now replace long-stay mental institutions by institutionalization, supported by Canada, Argentina, Brazil, to community-based services to promote dignity and respect for people with mental health conditions and prevent abuses and violations of their rights, in line with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and other core human rights instruments. D, take urgent action to prevent suicides through a multi-sectoral approach that includes all relevant stakeholders, implements evidence-based interventions, and strengthens data collection efforts to inform suicide prevention policies, plans, and services. And here, replace from early childhood, replace it with throughout the life course, supported by Canada, Argentina, Brazil. That is all. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that. I will now yield to the floor for the plenary for any comments, additions, discussion. Okay, I recognize the United States of America.
Thank you, President, and thank you to our colleagues from Canada, Argentina, and Brazil for these edits. We support their intent and wanted to offer one adjustment to the proposal under C, under OP2C, which would be to retain long stay, so that this would read support the transition from long stay institutionalization, with recognition that at times there is a need for short-term institutionalization while we fully support the intent to move to community-based services wherever possible. Thank you.
Any other comment? No? Okay. Based on that recommendation, Okay, I'm being told that the recommendation is sufficient if there are no other changes or proposals for changes, then can we move to approve? Yes? Any objections? No? All right, so by the authority vested in me as president, I declare adopted. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you. All right, so we move on now to item 4.4, policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults. I'd like to bring document CE 172/15, policy on prevention and control of non-communicable diseases in children, adolescents, and young adults to the attention of the committee. I'll now yield the floor to the plenary to continue with the discussion of the proposed resolution, which was presented by the rapporteur yesterday. Are there any objections to the proposed resolution? I recognize the member from Chile. I saw it before it fell.
Thank you very much, President. This delegation yesterday shared some comments, but what I'd like to do right now is to clarify that the comments have been submitted and they do not actually affect the proposed resolution under consideration. It only impacts the document itself, not its resolution. Thank you.
That is clear enough. Any other? No? Okay. If there are no other, it stands to reason, therefore, that there are no objections. I declare the resolution adopted. Thank you very much. All right, so we're moving fairly efficiently. So I move now to item 7.5. And 7.5, plan of action for the elimination or neglected infectious diseases and post-elimination actions 2016 to 2022 final report. So I'd like to bring the document CE 172/INF/5 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Massimo Gadelnelli, Interim Director of the Department of Communicable Disease Prevention, Control and Elimination of the Pan American Health Bureau to come to the head table and present the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates. It is my pleasure to give you a few highlights of this final report, Plan of Action for the Elimination of Neglected Infectious Diseases, 2016-2022. As we all know, neglected infectious diseases is a group of 20 conditions of variable etiology, different agents, bacterial, parasitic and fungal, all of them linked by a common denominator, which is a profound link to social and environmental determinants of health. In particular, they have been long considered as diseases of poverty, low educational status, poor access to water and sanitation, and whatever additional barriers may limit their access to health services. The plan of action has relied on 5 main strategic lines of action, and that implies a strong degree of multi-sectorial approaches. That is one of the reasons why, during the pandemic, this group of diseases have suffered particularly for a double effect. The first has been the direct impact of the pandemic on health services and health systems. But the second, and probably more profound, has been the economic impact of the pandemic, expanding the number and the millions of people who are in poverty or extreme poverty, and in fact pushing back the agenda to at least 2 or 3 decades back. So it's fair to say that today the region is still in the recovery phase from the pandemic in this regard. Although, nevertheless, I am pleased to share with you some relatively good news. Of the 26 targets and indicators that were included in this plan of action, 4 of them have been fully achieved, 21 were partly achieved, and only 1 was eventually assessed as a failure, no progress on only 1 indicator. And throughout the 5-year period of this plan of action, we have witnessed the achievement of important results, like the elimination of onchocerciasis. Transmission of onchocerciasis has been validated in terms of elimination at the regional level, leaving only 1 little foci in a border area between different countries in South America. Second was in 2017, the certification of the elimination of trachoma in Mexico. And again, in Mexico, in the same year, the elimination of transmission of human rabies from animals to human beings. These were the main achievements during the period of the plan of action. This was not the first plan of action for the region. That began in 2009 with the first plan of action and relevant resolution adopted by member states. And the future of these activities will rely heavily on the inclusion of as many as 12 of these 20 conditions into. So 12 of the 20 have moved as candidates to elimination by that time. And then by doing so, we have been able to update targets, indicators, and realign them, all of them, with the global plan of action for NIDs of WHO, however, by maintaining a strong degree of adaptation to the regional context. So there's a possibility, as I said, to recover. We will have to intensify our efforts and rely even more extensively on multi-sectorial approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Report. I will open the floor to the plenary for any discussion, contribution. I recognize the member from Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful for presentation of this report and pleased with the advances in the strategic plans of the plan of action for the elimination of neglected infectious diseases. The risk factors, including social determinants of health, are important, such as poverty, extreme poverty, inequality in income, lack of access to potable water and sanitation, and barriers to access to education and health services, among others. We're also aware of the growing burden of disease and resistance to microbials because of the delivery of health services. That is why our country implemented different lines of action and work for the responsible use of antimicrobial to avoid resistance and the prevention and control of infections associated with healthcare. This is work that began in 2015. Lastly, we underscore the importance of the strategic fund to facilitate donation of available medicine and the possibilities of joint procurement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I recognize the member from Brazil.
Good afternoon, President. I'd like to express appreciation for the report. It's very difficult to implement the plan of action. This is a challenge for public health, and principally with regard to the marginalized populations in the Americas. Mobility restrictions during the pandemic, furthermore, harmed the early diagnosis and the continuing and ongoing care and diagnosis of these diseases. These have the main factors of risk: poverty, lack of access to drinking water, proper sanitation, education, and other social determinants for health. We believe that safe public policies and procedures for these people at risk and financing for people of neglected populations are key elements so that we can attain and maintain elimination of neglected diseases by 2030. Therefore, we need to underscore the work carried out by PAHO for execution of interventions for elimination and control of neglected infectious diseases in our region. Despite advances, indicators show that there is still much to be done, and this is truly a challenge to be addressed. Brazil would like to see a new plan of action drafted for the elimination of neglected infectious diseases going beyond 2022 in order to achieve continuity in the region and be able to achieve the goals of the 2030 agenda. The new text could address different topics such as primary health care, record of new technologies, financing, scaling up of access, and provision of medicine. We suggest to entrust to the Secretariat, Mr. President, the drafting of a proposed resolution to be approved in 2024. Furthermore, Brazil will be conducting a parallel event in this topic at the next meeting in September of the Directing Council in order to increase visibility and that we may think jointly how to provide continuance jointly in order to eliminate these neglected infectious diseases in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution, member from Brazil. I now recognize the member from Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada welcomes leadership from PAHO in championing universal health care and the WHO roadmap to eliminating neglected tropical diseases. Canada welcomes this final report on the elimination of neglected infectious diseases and post-elimination actions 2016 to 2022, a period that was negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic with respect to service delivery and disease surveillance. In this context, Canada believes it is important to accelerate the elimination of priority neglected infectious diseases. PAHO's policy for an integrated, sustainable approach in the Americas, known as the Elimination Initiative, is one step towards this goal. Canada has committed to advocate for the inclusion of NIDs when providing health services and to ensure that primary health care takes a gender-based approach to reduce the impact of these diseases. Canada encourages all affected countries to implement sustainable national action plans to eliminate NIDs that include essential sexual and reproductive health services, promote integrated multi-sectoral approaches, and emphasize the integration of water, sanitation, and hygiene in prevention and control measures. We also welcome the Secretariat's integration of equity and gender equality considerations in their technical support under the Elimination Initiative. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that from the member from Canada. I know if there are no other comments, I now invite Dr. Gardinelli for his response.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much for all comments from Argentina, Brazil, and Canada. We definitely take note of your recommendation based on actions that have already been taken in your country, in Argentina, in terms of antimicrobial resistance and infection prevention and control. And we also take note of a continued role of the strategic fund in providing access or facilitating access to those commodities. To the delegate of Brazil, we take note of your recommendation for a new plan of action, but let me just remind how we took an in-depth review of the perspectives of all NIDs towards 2030 and the real possibilities to achieve elimination by that time. At present, we have identified 12 of those 20 that will possibly be achievable by 2030, and therefore we have included them rather than in a new plan of action. We have included those 12 in the Elimination Initiative framework, and that will guide action at the country level. with Canada, we thank you, your acknowledgement and the high visibility of elements like equity and gender equality. And in fact, they have come very clear in one of the projects that Canada is funding, the trachoma elimination, where some of those are definitely among the key players and the key determinants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Giardinelli. And I'll ask now our Director General, Dr. Barbosa, if he has any comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank the member states from Argentina, Brazil, Canada. I think that's very important to have your commitment about the elimination of neglected infectious disease. I think that it is really important that we can review the progress that we have made in this period, learn with the lessons, the implementation of many initiatives, and some people, and I agree with them, that should stop calling them neglected, because this was a concept that was established many years ago, when for most of these diseases we didn't have the tools to eliminate. But the situation changed a lot. For many of these diseases we have the tools. So I think that more than a sanitary commitment, it is also an ethical commitment. It's the way to translate the universal access, universal health, in terms of how the health sector can, at the same time, work with other sectors in order to approach the social economic determinants of this disease, but at the same time to do our homework, to guarantee that the tools that are available can be accessed by these vulnerable groups, vulnerable populations that are concentrate the highest prevalence of these diseases. So I think that this is important. This concept was incorporated in the elimination initiative that covers not only infectious disease. We have there, for instance, cervical cancer, because for cervical cancer, we have the tools now. If you combine high coverage immunization for HPV with better strategy for screening and treatments, we can eliminate the cervical cancer. So I think that this is the concept that you needed to develop, and I think that I really want to appreciate the commitment expressed by Brazil with this, because the last foci that for onco-sarcoidosis that Massimo mentioned, he was diplomatic. It's in a border, but it's a border, Brazil and Venezuela. And we know that's not easy to deal with this foci, because it's an indigenous group that is moving across the border, because their territory was there before Brazil and Venezuela established the border, so it's a challenge. And we know all the efforts that the government of Brazil and the commitments that the Ministry of Health is doing to eliminate this foci. So I think that we really need to review how we can keep this progress in the region. We will, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, relaunching this initiative that was approved in 2018 or 2019. That was approved in 2019, and unfortunately, due to the pandemic, many actions were suspended, many services were disrupted during the pandemic. So for TB, HIV, but also for neglected tropical disease, we had a lot of losses in the initiatives that were already in place. So we needed to see how we can, as part of this perspective, to recover better than we were, how we can speed up the process to be more agile, to implement the new tools, new strategies that are already available, including using the strategic fund and the revolving fund to facilitate the access of the countries in the region. I welcome this proposal from Brazil about the side event, because I think that we will have, the Directing Council will have a limited space there, but the elimination of diseases will be one technical briefing that we will have exactly to share best practices, but also to I think that renew our commitment with elimination. So I think that is indeed a very good proposal that's totally aligned with one of the priorities that we have to this discussion during our Directing Council in September. Thank you. And again, thank you, Canada, for the commitment. Neglected tropical diseases in general, they don't attract a lot of sponsors, donors, and this grant from Canada to accelerate the elimination of trachoma that is really unacceptable. Due to the lack of access to water and sanitation, we still have many children and poor families in Latin America suffering from trachoma that can be, if not treated properly, can conduct to a blindness. So we are talking about a serious public health problem that can be eliminated. And with the support that we are receiving from Canada, we really can provide more technical cooperation, more technical assistance, and speed up this process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa, for your comments, and thanks to those who have commented. Thank you for your report. It was well received, and the critical points highlighted. So with that in mind, and no other comment, I would like to inform the committee that the discussion will be noted in the final report. Thank you. So we move now to item number 7.6, and that's strategy and plan of action to strengthen tobacco control in the region of the Americas 2018-2022 final report. I would like to bring document CE 172/INF/6 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Hennis, Director of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table and present this item. And he's here, and so I invite him to present.
Thank you, Honorable President. Distinguished delegates of the 172nd session of the Executive Committee, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa, Director of the Pan American Health Organization. Thank you for this opportunity to present the final report on the strategy and plan of action to strengthen tobacco control in the region of the Americas 2018 to 2022 on behalf of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Tobacco use continues to be a major public health problem in the region, as it is the leading preventable risk factor for the 4 main non-communicable diseases. Furthermore, tobacco users have been noted to be at increased risk of severe illness and death due to COVID-19 infection. Now, through its 4 strategic lines of action, namely implementation of measures for the creation of completely smoke-free environments and the adoption of effective measures on the packaging and labeling of tobacco products, implementation of a ban on the advertising, promotion and sponsorship of tobacco products, and the adoption of measures to reduce their affordability, ratification of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the protocol to eliminate illicit trade in tobacco products by member states that have not yet done so, and strengthening of member states' capacity in terms of public health policies to counter attempts at interference by the tobacco industry and those who work to further this interest. This strategy and plan of action sought to accelerate implementation of measures aligned with the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. There has been progress in 9 of the 10 indicators for the implementation of tobacco control measures set out in the strategy and plan of action. However, none of the targets were achieved, and I note that this was a very ambitious strategy and plan. The tobacco industry and its allies continue to actively impede implementation and enforcement of tobacco control measures, while at the same time, many countries lack expertise, resources, and effective multi-sectoral approaches to address these challenges. The Bureau remains committed to assisting countries in their efforts to combat the tobacco epidemic. We call on PAHO member states to strengthen national technical expertise for the regulation of tobacco products, including electronic cigarettes and other novel nicotine-related products, implement regulations under the authority of ministries of health to achieve smoke-free environments and packaging and labeling of tobacco products, increase taxes to reduce the consumption of tobacco products, which also generates revenue that may be invested in health, scale up efforts to establish national coordination mechanisms that facilitate alignment across different ministries and sectors, and strengthens measures to protect policies from tobacco industry interference, actively engage in global fora, such as the upcoming Conference of the Parties to the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and meetings of the parties to the Protocol to eliminate illicit trade in tobacco products, to share lessons learned and best practices. We invite the Executive Committee to review and approve this final report and its recommendations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the report, a very important issue. I now invite the floor, the plenary, for any comments. Anyone? I see Mexico, member from Mexico, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mexico wishes to express its appreciation for the presentation of this report. I'm so sorry.
And I apologize. I'm consulting. Okay, so I'm going to ask respectfully just Mexico to stand down for now and let me go through the executive committee members and then I'll get back to you. My apologies. Okay, so I believe the pace of the hand raise was between Brazil and Argentina. I think Brazil got the edge. So let me ask Brazil this time around to go ahead and then Argentina next. Thanks.
I thank you, Mr. President. Brazil is very pleased to receive this report from PAHO on greater involvement of the countries of the America with regard to strengthening tobacco control, and are having received this final report on the strategy and plan of action to strengthen tobacco control in the region of the Americas 2018-2022. We must, of course, add that Brazil will, at the end of October, hold a conference in Brasilia, I say again, Brasilia, of the states parties to this convention, under the leadership of the Minister of State of Health, Ministra Trinidad. That event, end of October, will be held jointly with the government of Canada, and we're expecting the 30 delegations of the regions of the Americas to get together, COP10 and others, to discuss the priorities of the region. With regard to the points made by the report itself, Mr. President, we note that the results are significant, albeit partial in some respects. But despite that, and bearing in mind the position adopted with regard to the last item on our agenda, we would like to consult with the Secretariat as to how we go from here. How will we move with regard to controlling the question of tobacco addiction? We would like to come up with a new strategy, quite frankly, one that would focus on updating the work already done, such as might be approved by 2024. That would be our suggestion. Unless somebody comes up with something significantly better, we would be so grateful if the Secretariat might draw up something to that effect and put it to us for us to approve next time we meet. Thanks.
Member from Brazil, and now ask the member from Argentina to comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We, too, wish to thank Dr. Hennis for the presentation of this document. We take good note of the strategy that has been drawn up to strengthen tobacco control in the region of the Americas and the progress achieved thus far. Someone is thankfully gesturing to the delegate. She could speak a little more slowly. Thank you. And I'd like to say that Argentina is looking very carefully at how this might be applied nationally and locally, increasing taxes where necessary, and a better grip on the normative aspects and sponsorship and that sort of thing that makes such a big difference to the question of tobacco control throughout the country. We believe that the warnings about the addiction to tobacco need to be absolutely continued and made very clear, particularly to young people, so that we make inroads into further tobacco addiction and sponsorship thereof. Together with WHO, our ministry is looking at what we have already sent to the Congress of Argentina for its rapid ratification, we hope. We feel we will have to do a lot to make the legislators aware, however, and make clear that our regional and national objectives remain important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member from Argentina, I now ask the member from the United States of America to speak.
Thank you, President. The United States appreciates the ongoing efforts to strengthen tobacco control in the region of the Americas and thanks PAHO for this final report on the strategy and plan of action. We are concerned that although tobacco use prevalence is declining in many countries, the number of people who smoke worldwide continues to rise in absolute numbers, leading to thousands of preventable deaths each year. The United States strongly supports effective tobacco control interventions, considering each national and local context, and especially welcomes the report's recommendations to strengthen technical assistance and capacity building, as well as efforts to exchange experiences between member states. We note the importance of tailoring approaches to reduce NCD's risk factors and would encourage that the report presented to the Directing Council employ nuanced language in regard to lessons potentially applicable to other NCD's risk factors. Finally, we welcome hosting of the 10th Conference of Parties of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control and the third meeting of the parties of the protocol by Panama this November, and the regional pre-discussion in Brazil this October, and look forward to continuing our work together on this critical public health issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member from the United States of America. And I invite the member from Chile to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our delegation takes very good note of the report that has been presented, and we would like to include an additional element, if we may, to what has already been put forward in order to improve the situation. This has to do with electronic marketing, which in the judgment of this delegation has got to be addressed, because it's a whole new front that we better be aware of and do something about. We all know that electronic messaging targets young people particularly. The point also would include the informal trade. So we're going to put forward a modification to the report on page 9 under 15 and basically include the term electronic marketing, so that that's included in the working document, and we'll be putting that to the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Chile. I now invite the member from Suriname to make her contribution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tobacco use continues to be a major public health problem worldwide, as it is the leading preventable risk factor for the four main groups of NCDs. In the region of the Americas, NCDs are the leading cause of mortality and disability, accounting for 81% of deaths each year. Suriname has a National Drugs Master Plan 2019-2023, which is closely in line with the National Strategy Plan, as it includes alcohol abuse, among other substances, and policy approaches towards prevention, treatment and care, control, and legislation. The plan of action to reduce harmful use of alcohol in Suriname is important, as it seeks to build on the existing efforts and responses to prevent early alcohol use, specifically among the youth, minimizing alcohol-related harms, and promote a coordinated response by government, service providers, and community. A national strategy and plan of action to reduce the harmful use of alcohol in Suriname was developed by the Ministry of Health Suriname in collaboration with national stakeholders, and technical staff of the PAHO Country Office. The strategy reflects Suriname's commitment to the global and regional mandates and recognizes the broad political support for actions at all levels, as well as other recommended interventions for the prevention and control of alcohol-related harm. The National Strategy Plan addresses the 5 high-impact policy strategies of the Safer Initiative of WHO. Suriname strongly supports initiative for increasing taxes on harmful substances. Suriname takes note of this final report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, member from Suriname. And I will now go to the contribution from Mexico. Thank you for your patience.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mexico is very grateful for the presentation of this report on progress achieved in implementing the strategy and plan of action to strengthen tobacco control in the region of the Americas, and we take very good note of it. Alas, tobacco consumption continues to be a major public health factor, and certainly one we know opens the door to any number of additional diseases. That's why the government of Mexico has decided to tighten the measures to control it. Amongst these, one of the most important is the promulgation of a decree in January this year, a modification to the anti-tobacco law. For several months, all sponsorship and ads regarding to tobacco in any form of messaging or diffusion, including direct and indirect exhibition of tobaccos in different points of sale, is banned. We have also 100% established tobacco-free places, places where people come together, even on the beach, in the stadia, in any number of different places where people collect, in schools and universities. No tobacco, no excuses. We have become the 5th country in the Americas to forbid exhibitions of tobacco in points of sale as a matter of public law. These measures have been recognized by WHO and applauded by WHO, and we're deeply grateful for that recognition. That was point one. Secondly, in May of 22, we launched a decree against vaping and electronic cigarettes. Those are, as we know, particularly pernicious elements that push to even more intensive consumption, particularly among young people, adolescents and young people generally. Mexico hereby redoubles its commitment to public health, particularly amongst very vulnerable people. We know that there are many, many non-communicable diseases that kill. I couldn't tell you how many people in our region as a direct result of tobacco addiction. We could not believe more strongly in the measures that we need to continue taking, and any good news to that end is certainly welcome to us. Thank you.
Very much for that contribution from Mexico, and thanks to members for their contribution, a very important issue. I'm sure Dr. Hennis will now respond to those comments. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Mr. President. And let me acknowledge the contributions from Brazil, Argentina, the United States, Chile, Suriname, Mexico. And as agreed by all member states, tobacco is the leading preventable cause of ill health and death on the planet. And I think there's no doubt that we have seen some of the gains that we had made being reversed as a consequence of the pandemic. US made the point that the numbers of persons smoking is actually increasing. So we have absolute changes in absolute numbers. The whole issue in terms of the impact on young people becomes an even more challenging issue. And in fact, the tobacco industry, using its playbook, has been able to try to market electronic cigarettes as the way to decrease cohorts of those who smoke. But in fact, as we're hearing, it's actually a way to create new cohorts by appealing to the youth. And there are particular challenges in terms of e-trade through the local media, which is an ongoing challenge. And I think when we make the point about participation in the global fora, for example, the COP and the MOP, the meetings that will be held in Panama and Brazil later this year, these are important opportunities to share experiences and to learn the lessons of what other countries are undergoing, because this challenge is a challenge that will not go away easily. I must compliment Mexico on its advances. It's been a long work with Mexico, and as we said, there were issues that were rectified in the recent laws that address gaps that have been there for over 13 years of working collaboratively with the Mexican government and the civil society and working with the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. So we congratulate you, and we note the fact that there are really strong laws and decrees against vaping, which is a new frontier that we must not lose sight of. Also recognize the point made by the United States about the role of tobacco as being a driver for all the NCDs. So there's so much to do. I think we have to recognize that we have made gains. While we have not been able to achieve the indicators, achieve the targets, there has been progress in indicators. But I think we really have to redouble our efforts. We have to look at new strategies that have been employed by the tobacco industry. We have to look at the whole issue of the illicit trade. We have to look at the playbook whereby they try to promote the idea that there'll be loss of jobs if one tightens legislation, but there really is no choice. I think we have to make up the losses, and we have to really be united behind our ability to eliminate tobacco from the planet. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hennis, we endorse all your comments. The Director, Dr. Barbosa, I'll allow now to give his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me switch to Spanish. Primero gostaria de agradecer las.
Let me begin by expressing my thanks for the statements, suggestions, and other contributions that we've heard around the table, and also briefly share some of the elements of progress that member states of Brazil, Argentina, the United States, Chile, Suriname, and Mexico, all very welcome inputs. We will take very seriously the suggestion from Brazil as to how we can take another look at how we might, in the framework of a new proposed resolution for 2024, manage to continue to push ahead on this technical task we have before us in the entire region. But we have to think of a time span of some 5 or 6 years. And the advantage here is that we've taken a hard look at progress that describes where we stand now. And here it is. Countries that have disaggregated data in the region show clearly that the challenge is enormous, which is how can reduce prevalence of tobacco addiction amongst the poorest and lowest educated. When we look at the average throughout the region, we've seen that we really have taken great strides in the region of the Americas. Of the 6 WHO world regions, it is the Americas that has done more to make inroads into tobacco addiction. But we're not there yet, particularly with regard to the poorest among us and people with least education, sometimes to the point of double the tobacco addiction compared to people with higher levels of education. And this also goes for young people. Many of you have mentioned it. We know that to be true. And Dr. Hennis has pointed out the new initiatives that have been taken in the tobacco industry and the inroads they're making with their vaping and electronic cigarettes, and they try to promote the myth that, oh, this won't hurt you, this is a lot less damaging, and it's fine. And there are polls that have been carried out in a number of countries that show that experimentation with tobacco through electronic cigarettes, no surprise, is the first step on moving on to the regular old tobacco addiction. And it happens. So it's a real challenge we have before us, no question about it. I'd also say that I was very proud for our region to see that over the last year and throughout the attention we paid to this in Geneva, World Health Assembly, there were numbers of different people of our region who received prizes. Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, Uruguay, Panama, all recognized for their tremendous efforts in this regard. And our good friend Reina Roa Rodriguez, who had already been awarded a prize in 2007, who got yet another from the Director General of the organization. And for, among others in the region, I was invited, you may recall, to be part of the panel to speak of what we still have to do. We're not there yet, done a lot, but there are still certainly challenges out there. So I want to say bravo to all of the countries that have done so much, but we can't say, okay, we're done, that's it. No way. We all know that there's a good long way to go, and we need to put our heads together, stay very tight on the technical side, tight also with the ministries of finances. We know that because the economic impact of tobacco is such that we need them with us, and be broader in terms of initiatives, particularly in raising taxes on these things and other initiatives. We also have to think out of the box, think of other ways to communicate, to make it perfectly clear what more we can do more effectively and how we can communicate, especially with the young people who live in this la-la land that says, oh, no, you don't have to worry about the electronic cigarettes, you're going to be fine. No, not true. So we've got a job ahead, and all of us will need to stick together and pull together for us to put through that technical information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, for your sort of icing on the cake, and all very important points. So I would like to then inform the committee that the discussions will be noted in the final report. With that said, I'm being advised to move on to 7.7 and then a break.
We see how we go.
We see how it goes. Okay. All right. So I move to item 7.7, Plan of Action for the Strengthening of Vital Statistics 2017-2022, the final report, and would like to bring the document CE 172 INF 7 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Garcia Seuso, Director of Department of Evidence and Intelligence for Action in Health and the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. He's here, and to ask him to present. The floor is yours, sir.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Director, delegates, and representatives at this executive committee, good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking member states for support in implementing this plan of action in the period 2017-2022. And it posed a problem that became highly relevant during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was a particularly difficult period in our region, where a combination of social disparity and vulnerabilities led to economic and health crises that were unprecedented, which gave visibility to the relevance of having critical data available at the time and in the format necessary, including those from vital statistics and the analysis of these core data. Although today we are presenting a final report, it was thanks to the vision of member states that in 2018 it was decided to move forward to scale up this plan of action. And the plan of action for strengthening the health systems IS4H was scaled up and reinforced. It was also before finalizing the plan of action of IS4H, and again thanks to the vision of member states, that the roadmap was adopted for the digital transformation of the health sector. These are key elements to strengthen regionally this area and allowing us to have more and better health data. And they have made it possible to maintain this very important topic on the agenda for over 20 years, something that no other region has achieved. When it comes to the progress achieved during the implementation period, and without going into details which are described in the document, I just want to underscore that prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the region had progressed, although not equally, towards the achievement of the goals set forth in the Plan of Action. 30% of indicators had been complied or exceeded in 2022, whereas a quantifiable achievement had been achieved for 13 other indicators. Although the pandemic impacted execution of the plan, it also made it possible to accelerate the attainment of innovative digital data, such as the rules for codification with new codes having to do with COVID-19. With regards to strengthening vital statistic systems, some of the achievements made by member states include updating legislation to facilitate notification and recording of births and deaths, increase in the number of countries that assign at birth an identification number that is personal to each citizen, progress towards dissemination and greater access to vital statistic data, and the significant decrease of cases of poorly defined causes for death. When it comes to modernization of vital statistic processes with support of ICTs, the achievements include the sharing of data from vital statistic and mortality records electronically, integration of official information about mortality, as well as progress in open access to data of vital statistics. Furthermore, the region trained over 150,000 health workers to learn to correctly fill out death certificates. When it comes to strengthening management and data analysis of this data, there has been an increase in the region in the number of countries that incorporate vital statistics and health data broken down in the analysis of the health situation of the country, including causes of death and surveillance, which became particularly important during the pandemic, allowed us to know in greater detail what happened during the period. Lastly, when it comes to strengthening the sharing of good practices having to do with vital statistics, all member states of PAHO participated in the activities of the Latin American and Caribbean Network to strengthen the data of health services, RELAXIS, and there are projects that have been carried out by strategic partners of the organization. In the document, you furthermore find a summary of measures necessary to improve the situation, plus the lessons learned through implementation of the Plan of Action, and in particular during the COVID-19 pandemic, underscoring that digitization of processes accelerates improvement of notification of vital effects, as well as its registration and recording, and can improve data, a factor that is still a challenge to many countries. Without further ado, we invite the Executive Committee to note this report and share whatever comments they believe are applicable. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that report. I will now open the floor to the plenary for any comments to further advance the discussion. Anyone? No? Okay. I'm assuming you have no further comment on the non-comments. So I'll ask the director if he has something to add.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. I think that, as the Director Sebastián García Saizo mentioned, this plan of action, I think that it has at least two children, let's say so. The resolutions that were approved by our member state about how to strengthen information system for health, that is, I think that a very important line of technical cooperation, a very important partnership that PAHO has with the Inter-American Development Bank, that has allowed the countries in the region to mobilize more than $800 million in loans from the Inter-American Development Bank. So I think that this is really a very important experience. Many countries here have already been benefit from this. And the other initiative that is related to that is also the digital transformation. I think that the pandemic, as the Director Garcia Saiso has highlighted the cordial attention that we really need to improve, to speed up the digital transformation in the health sector, aligned with the e-government initiative that the countries have. So health is not a silo, but it needs to be integrated in the efforts that the governments are taking in this regard. But at the same time, to provide the better options for our member states to develop and implement the digital transformation in order to provide better data for the managers, to improve the quality of care, to provide better analysis of the situation that is happening in the country, and also the facilitating the use of new platforms and instruments that you have, like telemedicine, teleconsult, teletriage, and others that are available, that were, I think that also the pandemic pushed us to provide more use of these new technologies, and this also under this umbrella of the digital transformation of the health sector. So I thank you the member states for their efforts to improve this very important part of the public health agenda in the region, and I thank you, the President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Would you like to comment on what the Director said? No, not really? Okay, fair enough. All right, well, thank you. I would like to inform the committee then that the Director General's comments, to the extent that it is not yet included in the report, I suspect it is, will be included. Thank you for that. So we have two options I'm going to put to you. All right, so that one of the options has just evaporated. So we have two items before the conclusion, items 7.8 and 7.9, as I had outlined earlier. And while we're doing that, the coffee is brewing. So I'm going to suggest that we move on to completing those two items, and then we can have coffee and chit-chat, and then make our way home. Is that okay? Thank you very much. So we go now to item 7.8, and 7.8 speaks to chronic kidney disease in agricultural communities in Central America, final report. I'd like to bring item CE 172 INF 8 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. James Fitzgerald, Director of the Department of Health Systems and Services of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. He's here, and I ask him kindly to present. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honourable President. Delegates to the 172nd Executive Committee, Director Dr. Barbosa. Over the past 2 decades, a growing number of cases of people suffering and dying from chronic kidney disease have been reported in the Central American sub-region, particularly in workers within agricultural communities. Among these cases, a type of kidney disease whose etiology is not related to the most frequent causes of CKD, such as diabetes, mellitus, and hypertension, has been noted. In 2013, the 52nd Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization approved Resolution CD52 or 10 with actions to address chronic kidney disease from non-traditional causes. Progress reports on the implementation of the resolution were presented to PAHO governing bodies in 2015, 2017, 2019, and 2021. The purpose of the report presented here today is actually to present a final report to the Executive Committee in relation to the comprehensive response to the health problem posed by chronic kidney disease in the agricultural communities of Central America, particularly the type of CKD from non-traditional causes. The report highlights that significant but variable progress has been made in countries across all proposed priorities areas for action, particularly in strengthening of local capacity for comprehensive response to CKD of non-traditional causes in certain municipalities. Also in strengthening of interventions related to the care of people with CKD. The strengthening of advocacy, leadership, and intersectoral action for the prevention of chronic kidney disease, and the dissemination of research results as an environmental and occupational disease. The report also notes that greater attention to and investment in health policy and the social determinants of health is required, as is a coordinated and multi-sectoral response at all levels, in conjunction with civil society actors, community, and patient organizations. It also highlights that sustained action is required to address the public health issue, in particular in compliance with international agreements and regulations on the application and responsible use of agrochemicals, in the development of action plans that encompass the determinants of health, in the elimination of barriers to access to services for the prevention, early diagnosis and treatment of persons with CKD, particularly at the primary care level, and also to strengthen the active epidemiological, occupational and environmental surveillance, amongst others. The Secretariat, Mr. President, would like to thank Member States for their active engagement in this issue and for working with the Bureau in responding and reporting on chronic kidney disease of non-traditional causes. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I now invite from the floor any comments, contributions? No? Okay, I see El Salvador? Yes.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. We agree with the report that has been presented on kidney disease in Central American and agricultural regions. As a country in the region, we firmly believe in prevention as well as early detection of non-traditional kidney disease, and therefore request that real actions continue to support the prevention, detection, and treatment of this disease, because gradually we see an increase with more people among the poorest who have few resources, and they do need support from the national public system, which in our case is entirely free. But nonetheless, these are regions in the country that are isolated, they're remote. So we ask that these actions continue. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, can I ask that, would you like to respond? Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you, El Salvador, for that comment. I think the fact that we're presenting a final report does not mean that the actions around this issue will actually stop. No, we will actually continue to strengthen the response capacities of countries in this really important issue. I think there's many lessons that we've learned in terms of the work that we have done and the work that countries are doing in this issue, particularly the need for action at the local level, at the municipal level, where the workers are actually located, where we need to strengthen the first level of care, strengthen the health workforce, strengthen clinical diagnosis, early detection and management, and ensure that the treatments, necessary treatments, are available, probably more upstream within the health system. Another lesson I think we've seen very clearly in the work program around this is the need in Central America to strengthen both dialysis and transplant services. And this very much built on the need for strengthening the registries around this issue to inform countries on the need for dialysis and transplant services, not just from the perspective of the actual service itself, but to also identify potential candidates for as donors. We have been very actively engaged in the issue of capacity building of health workers in this regard, relating to the issues that you highlighted, from early detection right through to case management. And I think that, again, the PAHO Virtual Campus has been instrumental in this, in leveraging the knowledge and courses in terms of clinical management of cases within the region. We have trained over 47,000 health workers in case management of CKD, of non-traditional causes, using clinical protocols that have been developed in support of by the Secretariat in support of countries. One of the issues that I think also is extremely important that we did mention in the initial presentation, but is highlighted in the report, is the need to strengthen occupational, environmental, and epidemiological surveillance. We have made advances in terms of case definitions, in the determination of methodological basis, and the approaches for public health, but this really needs to be strengthened from the first level of care right through the system to ensure that we're not missing individuals. A monitoring framework has been developed by the team in DC, and this monitoring framework is being employed in all countries. But I think this issue of occupational environmental surveillance, very much linked with epidemiological surveillance, is a critical action and actually a recommendation of the final report moving forward. And just to say, we will continue also to work very closely at the sub-regional level with COMISCA, who we understand also has adopted a regional strategy, a strategy at the sub-regional level, and we're providing the technical support to COMISCA, to the countries in this issue. So all this to say, Mr. President, just because we are presenting a final report here means that the work will very much continue as we continue to develop strategies with countries in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll ask the Director General if he has any comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agradecer a El Salvador.
I'd like to thank the delegate for having brought this topic to the table. I'd like to remind you that when it comes to chronic disease in Central America, it started precisely when I joined PAHO, and at the time, with technical support that we received from CDC and with the help of PAHO, because it wasn't clearly known what the causes were. Today, however, as we heard from Dr. Fitzgerald, we have a better knowledge as to the causes of the disease, and we can continue with technical cooperation with the countries and with COMISCA, because although we have identified the causes, it is still a health problem, and it's important for populations that are mostly rural, and these are vulnerable groups in remote areas. And this needs to be one of the core aspects of our technical cooperation with the Central American sub-region. So this final report completes a phase of technical cooperation under the mandate that we had under that resolution, but the topic will be ongoing in Central America, given its importance and how the countries of the region have assigned value to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa, for your comments. Thank you for the report and for the contribution from El Salvador. Thank you very much. So just to say that the committee's discussion will be reflected in the final report. Okay, so we're down to the final item for this evening, today, item 7.9, Health and Tourism. Final report. I'd like to bring document C172 INF9 to the attention of the committee and invite our Director of the Department of Social and Environmental Determinants for Health Equity, Dr. Jerry Ickmans. I hope I got that right. I tried. To come to the table while she's here. Ask her to deliver her comments.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates, Mr. President, Director, colleagues. We would like to bring to your attention the document Health and Tourism, the final report. In 2009, the 49th Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization endorsed the report on health and tourism and adopted the resolution on health and tourism. The resolution recognized health and environmental factors that threaten sustainable tourism in the region of the Americas. It called for raising awareness on the interaction between health and tourism and for promoting national tourism policies that are favorable to health with the participation of communities, the private sector, and the media. From 2009 to 2019, tourism grew steadily in the region. However, tourism is very sensitive to public health events, such as chikungunya that we saw in 2013, the Ebola virus outbreak in 2014, and the Zika virus outbreak in 2015. The COVID-19 pandemic interrupted a yearly growth in tourist arrivals in Latin America and the Caribbean, causing tourist arrivals to drop by 50% and 100% in March and April 2020, respectively. Job loss in the hotel and restaurant sector in Latin America and the Caribbean between 2019 and 2020 was almost 45%, almost the double of the overall job loss. And the employment reduction disproportionately affected women, young people, migrants, outsourced and subcontracted workers, and those in the informal economy. Some achievements related to the resolution are summarized under the pillars of governance, capacity building, and public-private partnerships. Under governance, we can highlight, as an example, you see the full list of achievements in the report, an intersectoral regional plan of action for Central America on health and tourism that was developed through a partnership with the Central America Tourism Integration Secretariat of SICA. In various international fora, member states were urged to strengthen their food safety programs, taking 5 components into consideration: food safety laws, regulations, policies, competent authorities, surveillance and control, inspection and education. And the Bureau provided technical support to the country and sub-regional level in the Caribbean to build their national food safety emergency plans. Related to capacity building, the Bureau has improved risk-based food inspection capacity in the Americas to prevent the risk along the food value chain. Guidance materials were developed using an intersectoral and multi-stakeholder approach, which allowed progress on topics such as safer food handling practices. And training was carried out to build internal and external messaging strategies for informing different audiences about food safety incidents. Any ambiguity or misinformation about food safety issues can influence tourists' perception of the risk in a country and affect their travel decisions. And during the various public health crises, the Bureau significantly intensified its efforts to support member states through frameworks for strengthening national preparedness and response. And the last point, the public-private partnerships. By nature, addressing health and tourism requires intersectoral action involving various government agencies, the community, and civil society organizations. But furthermore, public-private partnerships have allowed to reach out to audiences beyond public space. For example, PAHO collaborated with Airbnb through a 3-year agreement, 2019-2022, developing safe food handling guidelines, developing communication materials on food allergens, dietary restrictions, food safety, and COVID-19, and by making the food handlers training manual available in Spanish, English, French, and Portuguese on the PAHO virtual campus for public health. These are some of the examples of what happened over the last years. To advance on this topic, sustained intersectoral efforts are necessary. Increased collaboration with and between member states, international partners, and agencies is needed to sustain approaches to governance, capacity building, and partnership to successfully address factors which threaten sustainable tourism in the region. We invite the Executive Committee to take note of this report and provide any comments it deems pertinent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that report. The floor is now open for any comments, discussion. Okay, a perfect report. I will ask, well, the Director General if he has no comments from the Director General. Okay, fine. So I think it is my duty to say that the committee's final report doesn't need to reflect any comments because there was none, and thank the presenter for the findings and the presentation. Okay, so I'm going to do a little housekeeping, if you will, before we break, not for the day, but also for coffee. So it's a coffee break until you're ready to go home. How is that? So we'll do that tomorrow morning. That's Wednesday, the 28th June. We are hoping to begin at 9 a.m. So that's 9 a.m. And I'll just go through quickly the items between 9 and midday, 12, between 9 and 12 noon. We'll have item 4.2, items 4.1, and then hopefully a coffee break. Then we resume with items 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 5.6, and 5.7 before the 12 noon lunch break. And just prior to that break, we will go through what will come after. So hopefully you can prepare if you need to. Otherwise, it has been a pleasure, and let's enjoy coffee, and please have a safe, restful afternoon and evening until tomorrow. Meeting adjourned.